Over in Fresno, though, the bats have continued to swing it well for the Quakes. Yesterday was an anomaly in the sense that they only scored 3 runs, but of their 6 hits, 4 of them were for extra bases, and Slate's 2-run homer extends the team's home run streak to 10 games. We'll see if they can take the positives out of their offensive performance and apply them to a pitcher in Brady Parker, who has struggled in the earlier stages of this season, to right the ship and give themselves a chance at a series win tomorrow afternoon. Stick around, we've got plenty to come on the Morongo Casino pregame show when we return. We'll check out tonight's starting lineups as well as the pitching matchup. That's coming up next. You're listening to Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Pending the weather, we're just about 10 minutes away from first pitch at Chuck Chansey Park tonight. The Rancho Cucamonga Quakes and Fresno Grizzlies are slated to square off in Game 5 of their 6-game set in the Central Valley. Welcome back to the Morongo Casino pregame show. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Broadcast Network. One of the bullpen mounds is tarped. The mound on the field is tarped. Fresno's bullpen mound is uncovered, and starting pitcher Brady Parker is warming up right now ahead of tonight's proceedings. With that, let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups, beginning with the visiting Quakes. Here's who skipper Dave Stapleton turns to as he looks to make it 3 wins out of 5 to open this series against the second-place team in the North Division. Hayden Alvarez leads it off. He's out in center field tonight. Angelo Marquez moves up to second in the order. He plays second base. Kendry Maduro is the shortstop in the 3-hole. Lucas Ramirez is the cleanup man over in right field. Slate Alford plays first base. He slots in 5th in the order. Kevin Castillo patrols left field in the 6-hole. Johnny McGill gets the day off from defense. The designated hitter bats 7th. Marlon Quintero is in the 8th spot behind the plate. And rounding out the lineup, the first baseman, Nathaniel Duarte. On the hill, the Quakes turn to the 9th overall prospect in the Angels organization in his second-to-last start as a 19-year-old in Trey Gregory Alford. To this point in the year, saying that he's dominated wouldn't be doing him justice. To this point, through 3 starts, a 1-0 record along with a 1.72 ERA. Across 15 2/3 innings, he's allowed just 3 runs on 11 hits, one of them a home run. He's walked 3, struck out 16. His whip 0.89, and opposing hitters are batting just 193 against him. In each of his 3 starts, he's gone at least 5 innings, and last time out, he posted the longest start by a Rancho Cucamonga starting pitcher this year. He lasted 5 2/3 innings against the San Jose Giants a week ago today at Morongo Field. In a no decision, he allowed all 3 of the runs on his line this season on 4 hits. He walked 2, struck out 7 in the process. As for the Grizzlies, manager Cesar Galvez turns to this starting 9 as they look to take their first series lead. Cam Nelson is the leadoff man out in center field. Wilder Dahlis bats second. He's the designated hitter. Ethan Holiday stays in the 3-hole at shortstop. Tanner Thatch, the cleanup man, plays first base. Derek Bernard mans right field in the 5-hole. Jack O'Dowd is back behind home plate. The catcher hits 6th. Jeremy Siriaco plays third base in the 7th spot. Luis Mendez will take over at second in the 8-hole. And rounding out the lineup, that's the left fielder, Clayton Gray. On the hill, Brady Parker makes his 4th appearance of the season, as well as his 2nd start. The Colorado Rockies' 12th round pick in last year's draft is 1-1 to start his pro career with a 14 ERA. Through 9 innings, he's given up 15 runs, 14 of which earned on 15 hits. 2 of those are home runs. 7 walks, 17 strikeouts. His whip sits at 2.44, and opposing hitters are batting .366 against him. It's been a while since he started a game. His first appearance of the season was a start against the Stockton Ports back on April 8th, but most recently on the 19th, he made his 2nd appearance against the Ontario Tower Buzzers in that series, and things did not go according to plan. He lasted 2 1/3 innings, allowing 6 runs, all earned on 6 hits, walking 3 and striking out 5, ultimately taking the loss. Today's umpiring crew, Anthony Artini is back behind home plate calling balls and strikes, while Ryan Smith is on the bases. The grounds crew is on the field to remove the mound tarp as we inch closer to baseball at Chuck Chansey Park tonight. The Morongo Casino pregame show continues in just a few moments. We'll check in on the Cal League scoreboard when we come back. You're listening to Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for your health and happiness, for support and healing. Here for compassion and courage, for strength and family, with a promise to be there always, providing the very best in healthcare. San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for you, here for life.
Looking for fast and reliable fiber internet? Onward has you covered. Onward provides customizable gigabit internet to fit your lifestyle. It's perfect for gaming, streaming, working from home, and all your connected devices. Visit getonward.com to learn more about fiber internet with whole home Wi-Fi, enhanced parental and network controls. Now serving businesses and residents in Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, and Culver City. Get connected, get faster, get Onward.
You're locked into the Quakes Radio Network, the home of your 3-time league champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
First pitch draws near at Chuck Chansey Park as the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes get set to take on the Fresno Grizzlies. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network. Thanks so much for sticking with us in the lead up to tonight's contest. With that, let's check in on the Cal League scoreboard before this game gets underway. Fresno usually has the latest start time of any team in the Cal League. However, this will not be the first game to get going this evening. The Stockton Ports and Inland Empire 66ers are dealing with rain themselves. They will have a delayed start at San Manuel Stadium, although it remains to be seen when they will throw the first pitch. Elsewhere in San Jose, the Ontario Tower Buzzers and San Jose Giants are deadlocked in a close battle. 3-3 the score through 5.5 frames at Excite Ballpark. As for the Visalia Rawhide and Lake Elsinore Storm, Lucas Giolito is on the mound for the home team, and he's quickly gotten the first 2 outs of that game. 0-0, still in the top of the first over there. That'll do it for the Morongo Casino pregame show. We'll step aside for the national anthem, but first pitch is coming up next between your Rancho Cucamonga Quakes and the Fresno Grizzlies. This has been the Morongo Casino pregame show. You're listening to Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Broadcast Network.
Thanks for listening to the Quakes pregame show, brought to you by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Stay tuned as the play-by-play for today's game is up next.
Family RV, where family fun begins. Proudly family owned and operated and voted #1, your go-to local RV dealer. Family RV is conveniently located in Ontario, just off the 10 and 15 freeways. Step into our massive indoor showroom packed with both new and pre-owned RVs featuring top brands like Crossroads, Cruiser, Forest River, and Heartland. Come on down and see it all in person or explore our virtual showroom at FamilyRVUSA.com. And don't miss out on our special Family RV Family Feast nights with the Quakes at Lone Mark Field on select evenings.
Every business has a story. Maybe you're just getting started. Maybe you're expanding. Maybe you're ready for a fresh start with a bank that truly cares about your business. We're Banner Bank, and we want your business to succeed, to stay competitive, to get to the next level. And we have a long history of helping businesses just like yours. Visit bannerbank.com to find a local branch. Banner Bank. Better ideas, better banking. Member FDIC.
What makes beer taste good? The simple answer is the ingredients. And Budweiser is the king of sourcing the finest.
Brewed with the best barley malt, a blend of premium hop varieties, fresh rice and filtered water, resulting in a medium-bodied, flavorful, refreshing American-style lager. Grab a bud at your nearest store or through your favorite delivery app.
And experience the iconic taste of Budweiser.
Family RV, where family fun begins. Proudly family owned and operated and voted #1, your go-to local RV dealer. Family RV is conveniently located in Ontario, just off the 10 and 15 freeways. Step into our massive indoor showroom packed with both new and pre-owned RVs featuring top brands like Crossroads, Cruiser, Forest River, and Heartland. Come on down and see it all in person or explore our virtual showroom at FamilyRVUSA.com. And don't miss out on our special Family RV Family Feast nights with the Quakes at Lone Mark Field on select evenings.
Inland Empire Stages, Tours and Transportation has been a family-owned and operated business since 1983, proudly serving the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes as their exclusive charter bus provider for more than 30 seasons. As the top charter bus company in the greater California region, we're your best bet for getting your group to any special occasion or outing in style. With our skilled professional drivers and decades of experience, we make your travel experience smooth and hassle-free. Call us today at 909-466-4191 for a quote or to book your next charter bus adventure, or visit us online at iesbuses.com.
Need a printing company that gets results for your business? The Kindred Corporation has you covered. With over 40 years of experience right here in Rancho Cucamonga, we are the printing and promotions experts you can count on. From creative design and precision proofing to high-quality printing, finishing, and direct mailing, we do it all. Visit kindredcorp.com to see how we can take your business to the next level. The Kindred Corporation, proud printing partner of the Quakes.
Hey, baseball fans. Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Quakes and your family jewelers since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher today. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Redeem for diamond jewelry, gold chains or bracelets, and more at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Celebrating our renewed affiliation with the Los Angeles Angels, your three-time California League champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes are ready to take the field live on the Quakes Radio Network. Quakes Baseball is brought to you in part by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, All-Star Kia, Healthy RC, Onward, Family RV, Green Cow, Budweiser, San Antonio Regional Hospital, Millennium Systems, Inland Empire Stages, the Kindred Corporation, Bally's, National Corps, Daniels Jewelers, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and Banner Bank. Now, for the call of today's game, here's the new 2026 voice of your Quakes, Ryan Zimmerman.
The national anthem is in the books, and we are just about ready for baseball at Chuck Park. The Rancho Cucamonga Quakes are set to square off against the Fresno Grizzlies amidst the backdrop of a cloudy sky. But with rain predicted in the forecast earlier today, Mother Nature has decided to do each of these two teams a solid, and we are set to get things underway in just a few moments. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this broadcast of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes baseball on the Quakes Radio Network. Ryan Zimmerman here with you from Chuck Park. And while the seats in the lower bowl are wet, the fans have filed into the ballpark to catch the game tonight. And the ones that have made the trip are all decked out in ponchos with their phones in hand checking the weather app. Hayden Alvarez makes his way to the right-handed batter's box to get this one started. Before he sees a pitch, let's take a look at the defensive alignment for the Grizzlies tonight. Jack O'Dowd is behind home plate to catch Brady Parker. On the infield from left to right, Jeremy Siriaco, Ethan Holiday, Luis Mendez, and Tanner Thatch. The first pitch of the game is fouled back behind home plate. And we are officially underway a little bit behind schedule at 6:56 p.m. Parker kicks and delivers. Alvarez takes a fastball in the dirt, 1-1. In the outfield from left to right, it's Clayton Gray, Cam Nelson, and Derek Bernard, with Wilder Dalis, the designated hitter. Parker delivers. Alvarez chops it up the middle. The shortstop, Holiday, calls Mendez off, throw to first in time, and it gets Alvarez by a step, too. That's normally a play you see the second baseman make, but Holiday has a lot of range at shortstop, and he uses it to good effect. It takes 3 pitches for the former Houston Victoria Jaguar to set Alvarez down. In steps Angelo Marquez. The pitch, fastball up and into Marquez, 1-0. The third baseman, Siriaco, plays even with the baseline. The 1-0. Marquez takes a fastball off the outside edge. 2 balls and no strikes. He's been one of Rancho Cucamonga's most pleasant surprises earlier this year. 2-0. Ground ball up the middle. That sneaks through into center field, and Marquez has a 1-out base hit. His hot streak continues. He had the RBI single that got the Quakes on the board last night, and just 3 pitches into his Saturday evening, he extends his hit streak up to 6 games. He's over at first base for Kendry Maduro. Parker to the stretch for the first time. Fastball low and into Maduro, 1-0. If you're just tuning in, the Quakes already have their first base runner. Angelo Marquez is at first with 1 out thanks to his single up the middle. Parker takes a look at him, now throws over. The ball pops in and out of Thatch's glove and into foul territory. Marquez races for second, and he's in there standing up. It looked like Thatch took his eye off the ball. It was an accurate pickoff, but it just kicked off of his webbing, and it nets Marquez a free 90 feet. It remains to be seen who will be charged with the error, but either way, the Quakes have a runner in scoring position with 1 down. Parker looks back at Marquez, the 1-0. He blows the fastball right past Maduro at 92 miles per hour. Well, Maduro himself is in the middle of a nice hit streak. He added to it, or rather an on-base streak, which he added to yesterday with a double. The 1-1. Maduro chases a fastball above the zone, 1-2. Maduro does own a 5-game hit streak, which came to pass earlier in this series, but his on-base streak now sits at 6 games. 1-2. Maduro chases the low slider, strike 3. Parker just fooled him. He dropped a breaker at the back foot, and Maduro couldn't keep the hands back. Marquez remains at second following what was charged an error to the first baseman Thatch, and the RBI chance falls to Lucas Ramirez. The pitch to him. Fastball inside, 1-0. It's 0-0 between the Quakes and the Grizzlies with 1 on, 2 out in the top of the first. This has been a series where these two offenses have gotten going early. 1-0. Fastball clips the outside edge, 1-1. Ramirez has been a big part of that. He had a 3-for-5 showing on Thursday where he finished just a home run shy of the cycle, and he's working on a nice 7-game hit streak himself. That's tied for the longest on the team this year. 1-1. Ramirez chases the outside slider. Parker is ahead of him, 1-2. Well, this is a good spot for Ramirez to be in. He's come through time and time again. The 1-2 on its way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Parker puts Ramirez away on 4 pitches, and the Quakes strand a runner in scoring position to close out the top of the first. Rancho comes up empty-handed. The Grizzlies get their first look at Trey Gregory Alford when we return on the Quakes Radio Network.
With thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back, so just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Hey, baseball fans, Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Quakes and your family jewelers since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher today. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Redeem for diamond jewelry, gold chains or bracelets, and more at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Fresno starter Brady Parker worked around a hit and an error in the top of the first en route to a 0. Trey Gregory Alford will look to match that for the Quakes. 0-0 between Rancho Cucamonga and the Fresno Grizzlies as we head to the bottom of the first at Chuck Chansey Park. Before Cam Nelson stands in to lead it off, let's take a look at the defensive alignment for the Quakes. Marlon Quintero is behind home plate to complete the battery with TGA tonight. On the infield from left to right, it's Slate Alford, Kendry Maduro, Angelo Marquez, and Athaniel Duarte. And in the outfield from left to right, Kevin Castillo, Hayden Alvarez, and Lucas Ramirez, with Johnny McGill, the designated hitter. Gregory Alford fires. Fastball dips low and outside, 1-0. Well, Trey has emerged as this team's ace through the month of April, the way he's been throwing. In the windup, the 1-0. Nelson takes on the outside edge. TGA catches it with his fastball, 1-1. He's gone at least 5 innings in every start this year. The 1-1 to Nelson. He flies it deep out to center field. Alvarez gives chase at the wall. It hits off the top, and Karam's off the batter's eye, gone. A high velocity sometimes turns into high exit velocity. Cam Nelson squares up a fastball and takes TGA deep to the deepest part of the park, too. Just 3 pitches into his night. The Grizzlies take the lead 1-0. Trey's got to put that out of his mind quickly as Wilder Dahlis stands in from the left side. Trey covers his face with the glove. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a low slider, 0-1. Well, Fresno's offense, like last night, didn't take long to get jump-started tonight. The 0-1 home. Fastball misses around the back foot. Dahlis thinks he got hit, and home plate umpire Anthony Artini agrees. That pitch caught him on the back foot, and Fresno has a runner at first with still nobody out. That forces Gregory Alford into the stretch to take on Ethan Holiday. Well, Fresno's offense came into today on the back of a 10-run night last night, and Holiday had a big part to play in that. Gregory Alford takes a look at Dahlis at first. From the stretch to Holiday. Ground ball up the middle, past the glove of Maduro and into center field, base hit. Dahlis takes the turnaround second, but thinks better of trying for third as the throw comes in. So a home run, hit by pitch, and single have the Grizzlies in business early. 1-0 there on top with a chance for more, and the red-hot cleanup man, Tanner Thatch, strolling to the plate. Holiday had the big 3-run home run in the bottom of the 7th last night. Now he stands at first to aid this early rally. Trey fires. Fastball low and into Thatch, 1-0. This is unlike Trey to get hit around as much as he is early on. Both hits the Grizzlies have in the bottom of the first have been well struck. The 1-0. Thatch looks at a slider at the knees, 1-1. But we'll see how the 9th-ranked prospect in the Angels organization can work through the early adversity. Maduro plays right behind Dahlis at second, the 1-1. Thatch takes a curveball in the dirt, 2-1. Well, Thatch was also a catalyst for Fresno's offense last night. He had one of their 3 home runs. His 2-run shot in the 4th put him ahead 4-1. He also walked and scored in the 7th on Jeremy Siriaco's 2-run double. A look back to second, the 2-1. Thatch flies it foul over the Rancho Cucamonga dugout up the third baseline, and the count evens 2-2. Dahlis repositions his helmet at the second base bag as Trey gets a new baseball. A look in for Quintero's sign. The break even to Thatch. He fouls it to the protective netting behind home plate. We'll try it again. Thatch is putting an early battle up against TGA. Another 2-2. He got him with the low fastball. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, after each of the first 3 Grizzlies reached against him, TGA put something extra on that heater to punch Thatch out. Dahlis remains at second. Holiday at first for Derek Bernard. The pitch to him. Slider low and in, ball 1. The Grizzlies lead this one already 1-0 in the bottom of the first, thanks to Cam Nelson's leadoff home run to straightaway central. And the Grizzlies still have a chance for much more. Bernard chokes up the 1-0. Slider away is well off the plate, 2-0. Well, for Trey, he's a Colorado kid himself, hailing from Colorado Springs. And this is already his second pro appearance against his hometown team's single-A affiliate. A look in. He's called for a balk. Trey motioned towards home plate and then stopped it. And that draws the call from base umpire Ryan Smith. Well, the screws tighten early on for Trey. He's behind a Bernard 2-0, and with 2 runners in scoring position, the infield moves in. Pitch home. Fastball high and outside. 3-0 on Bernard. He's a pitch away from extending his early season on-base streak to 20 games, but also loading the bags. 3-0. Trey drops a curveball below the zone. It's a 4-pitch walk. The silver lining for the Quakes is that they can move their infield back and play at double play depth with 1 out, but it looks like only the middle infielders will do so. Alford remains in at third. Duarte the same at first for Jack O'Dowd. Quintero gives the low sign. Here's the pitch. O'Dowd swings through a slider. 0-1. It's 1-0 Fresno on the back of a Cam Nelson solo homer. Wheeldair Dahlis is over at third. Ethan Holiday at second. Derek Bernard at first. The 0-1. O'Dowd can't hold back on an outside cutter. 0-2. O'Dowd had the first of those 3 Fresno bombs last night. The 0-2. Chopper towards first. Duarte watches it bounce foul. And his swing canceled out Angelo Marquez's RBI single, and it turned a 1-run deficit into a 1-run lead. O'Dowd, an undrafted free agent, he's making his presence felt in Fresno. 4 of his 6 hits this year are homers. Another 0-2. Fastball above the letters. O'Dowd doesn't pull the trigger. This is a big deal for him. He's from Denver, and he lived there throughout his childhood while his father, Dan, was the GM of the Rockies. Trey waits. The 1-2. Chopper towards the mound. He plays it on a hop, throw to the plate for 1. On to first in time, double play. The PFP pays off for Trey Gregory Alford as he pulls the Quakes out of trouble. The 1-2-3 double play ends the inning, but Fresno does have the lead. Cam Nelson solo homer has the home team up 1-0. The Quakes search for a response in the top of the second when we come back on the Quakes Radio Network.
Drinking and driving, what's your excuse?
I know when I've had too much. I'm careful.
We designate a driver. He just drinks less.
If the room doesn't spin when I stand up, I'm good.
I was eating the whole time I was drinking.
I didn't drink that much.
How to drive home? I need my car for work.
I'm a big guy. I can drink more and drive.
I live 5 minutes from here.
No excuses. Designate a sober driver.
A message from the California Highway Patrol.
Your Quakes are giving away 2 different bobbleheads in 2026, and the first will be something never seen before here in Rancho, the first ever Sugar Skull bobblehead. Be here on Friday, May 8th for Hispanic Heritage Night, where the first 1,500 fans will take home this incredibly unique bobblehead. Tickets are available online now at rcquakes.com.
We care about families, we care about seniors, and we care about our community. National Corps, one of the nation's most respected nonprofit community builders, is located right here in Rancho Cucamonga. In partnership with the Hope Through Housing Foundation, National Corps is dedicated to improving the lives of children, families, and seniors. Together, we are providing much-needed housing and supportive services, transforming the lives of our residents, and creating strong, vibrant communities. To learn more or to donate, please visit nationalcorps.org.
You're locked into the Quakes Radio Network, the home of your 3-time league champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
For the first time in this series, Fresno scores first, and Rancho Cucamonga has to come up with the game's first response. Slate Alford digs in to lead off the top of the second. Brady Parker's pitch turns into a chopper to short. Holiday can't glove it cleanly, and it skips into left field. 1 pitch into the frame, Alford's aboard. We'll see how the ruling goes, but the Quakes have a leadoff base runner. It's a quick decision from the official scorer. They give Alford a single for that, so mark him 1 for 1. 1-0 Fresno, but Rancho Cucamonga has the tying run aboard to start the second from the stretch. Parker fires in strike 1 to Kevin Castillo. Cam Nelson's solo home run in the bottom of the first has accounted for the game's only run to this point. The 0-1. Castillo chops it to the right side. Parker plays it along the first base line. He can't glove it cleanly, and Castillo reaches. That was always going to be a tough play to make, even if Parker got to that without a bobble. But a couple of balls, perhaps the Fresno coaching staff think should have turned into outs, turn into base runners instead. Well, Alford was given a single. Castillo is aboard on the E1. Parker's got to deal with traffic on the base paths ahead of Johnny McGill. Corners play in. The first pitch to him is a fastball in the other batter's box. O'Dowd had to block that ball and save the wild pitch while pirouetting from his crouch. 1-0 the score. Fresno leads Rancho Cucamonga. 1-0 the count on McGill with 2 on, nobody out. Parker's pitch. McGill pulls back on a bunt attempt and watches a fastball away, 2-0. This is how manager Dave Stapleton likes to play this situation. He's definitely an old school manager that likes to have guys handle the bat. The corners creep in, the 2-0. McGill pulls back on the bunt once again, and it's a fastball high and away, 3-0. After his error, Parker is losing his command, and he's a pitch away from loading the bases ahead of Marlon Quintero. A look back to the lead runner. Parker's 3-0. McGill takes. Parker gets a strike with a fastball. Still a good hitter's count for the Rancho DH. 3-1 to McGill. Alford and Castillo take their leads. The 3-1 home. Fastball way outside, ball 4. McGill earns the 5-pitch walk, and with still nobody out in the top of the second, the bases are loaded for Marlon Quintero. The tying run stands 90 feet away in the early goings, and the Quakes have 3 chances to level this one up. The corner infielders play in for the Grizzlies. Parker's delivery. Quintero dribbles it foul up the third baseline, 0-1. At this stage in the game, still early at Chancey Park, but it looks like the Grizzlies are willing to trade a run for 2 outs. The middle infielders are at double play depth. Alford's at third. Castillo leads off second. Johnny McGill does the same at first. Parker's 0-1. Check swing on an outside changeup. No need for an appeal. Quintero held. 1-0 Grizzlies on the strength of the Nelson solo homer. But Rancho Cucamonga can wipe that out with one swing right here. Parker's 1-1. Quintero watches a fastball in. 2 balls and a strike. Well, Parker has had his issues with command this year. He's walked at least 2 batters in each of his first 3 appearances, including 3 against Ontario on the 19th. The 2-1. Quintero grounds this past Siriaco at third and into left field, base hit. Alford scores. Here comes Castillo. The throw to the plate is up the first base line. Castillo slides in safely. Marlon Quintero puts the Quakes on top with a 2-run single. The Quakes make the Grizzlies pay for some misplays in the infield, and they've still got a shot for more. Johnny McGill's at second. Quintero stands at first. 2-1 Quakes with Athaniel Duarte coming up to bat. Parker fires. Fastball brushes Duarte back, 1-0. Well, the Quakes are taking a page out of the Fresno playbook early on this Saturday evening. Parker waits for the sign from O'Dowd. The 1-0. Curveball in the dirt, 2-0 to Duarte. Well, the Quakes took the lead in the top of the second yesterday on the Angelo Marquez single, and the Grizzlies put up a 2 spot in their next turn at bat. Parker looks back at McGill. The 1-1. A swing and a miss. Ball gets away to the backstop. Both base runners advance. Duarte just got tied up in knots. And as the rain begins to fall, perhaps That's messing with Parker's pitch grip. 2 balls and a strike on Duarte. Scoreboard had that wrong. The count was 2-0, not 1-1. Now Fresno moves their infield in. Parker offers. Duarte chases the low curveball 2-2. Quakes could be on the precipice of putting up a big number. Hold on, I think they just changed the count. I don't know what the scoreboard had, but they just called strike 3. I guess it was 1-2, and that punched Duarte out. That brings in Hayden Alvarez. First pitch to him is a slider away. O'Dowd had to circle back behind the left-handed batter's box. Marlon Quintero's at second. Johnny McGill at third with 1 out in the top of the second. 2 home for the Quakes. Parker's 1-0. Line shot into right center. That falls for a base hit. McGill scores. Quintero's right behind him. The throw goes to the cutoff man. It's a 2-run single for Hayden Alvarez to push the lead to 3. 2 2-run singles in the frame have the Quakes up 4-1. It's back to basics for the Quakes. They opened the season on a 4-game win streak in no small part due to their small ball tendencies, and they're rediscovering that tonight for a 4 spot and still a shot at more. Before Angelo Marquez comes up to hit, pitching coach Jeff Brown calls a meeting on the mound. The catcher O'Dowd, along with the entire Fresno infield, were in on the conversation, but out comes home plate umpire Anthony Artini to break it up, and Marquez is granted the left-handed batter's box. Parker remains in the stretch. Here's his toss. Marquez chops it foul of first. 4-1 Rancho Cucamonga. 2-run singles from Marlon Quintero, and Hayden Alvarez have him up 3 early. Parker looks over at the base runner, the pitch. The slider breaks over the heart of the plate. 2 strikes on Marquez. Parker's pitching with a purpose from the third base side of the rubber. The 0-2. Marquez flails at a bouncing changeup, strike 3. O'Dowd gets a clean glove to it to hold Alvarez at first. Parker bounces back with a punchy to at least slow the momentum for the moment. Hayden Alvarez remains at first base, 2 down for Kendry Maduro. Parker comes home. Maduro caught it off the fists. He fouls it to the protective netting behind home plate. Cam Nelson hit a solo home run 3 pitches into Trey Gregory Alford's start, but when he retakes the mound, he'll do so with at least 3 runs of support. A look over to first, the 0-1. Curveball low and away. Maduro doesn't offer. The rain has picked up to a light drizzle after it was just a few drops at the start of the contest. Parker's 1-1. Duarte goes the other way. It's through the 3-4 hole base hit. Alvarez parks at second as the throw comes in from Bernard, and the rally continues for the Quakes. Maduro's single passes the baton to Lucas Ramirez. There is no activity in the Fresno bullpen as we speak. In fact, their bullpen mound is tarped. In steps Lucas Ramirez, the first pitch to him. Check swing on an outside edge slider, that gets the call. Ramirez is the 9th batter of this inning. 4 runs have scored, 2 on a Marlon Quintero single, 2 on a Hayden Alvarez base knock. The 0-1. Ramirez swings through a breaking ball. Parker's ahead of him, 0-2. It's 4-1 Rancho Cucamonga. Their offense ignites after falling behind early. The 0-2. Ramirez flares it towards second, past the outstretched glove of Holiday into center field, and Nelson slips, misplaying the baseball. Alvarez scores. Here comes Maduro. He's in without a throw. Lucas Ramirez puts up 2 more in the top of the second. It's a 6-run frame for the Quakes. They're up 6-1. With the rain falling upon the playing surface at Chuck-Chansey Park, Nelson was coming in hard from center field, and I don't think he was able to plant cleanly. The ball kicked off the webbing of his glove before he slipped. And that allowed Maduro to come home from first. Slate Alford is back in the batter's box for his second AB of the inning. And the first pitch to him is a fastball in, 1-0. Ramirez stands at second. He advanced on what should be an error against Nelson. We'll see how many RBIs he's credited for, though. I believe he should have at least one, as Alvarez would have scored anyways from second. Parker's 1-0. Alford takes a slider away, 2 balls, no strikes. Well, after Fresno opened the scoring in the bottom of the first, Rancho's responded with a 6-spot that includes 3 2-run swings. Parker fires. Alford rips it off of the pitcher. Parker picks it up with the bare hand, underhand to first in time, and that'll do it. 10 come to the plate in the inning, 6 score, and the Quakes take a 5-run lead into the bottom half of the second. Trey Gregory Alford has quite the cushion to work with when we return. 6-1 Quakes on the Quakes Radio Network.
You can always count on Tremor and Aftershock to headline the fun at the ballpark, and now those 2 mischief makers want to reward the fans with some all-new ticket passes. The Tremor Family Pass includes 4 tickets to every game for just $149, while the Aftershock Ballpark Pass includes 1 ticket to every game for just $99. That's right. Help Tremor and Aftershock celebrate affordable family entertainment at Morongo Field with one of these new passes. Call 909-481-5000 or visit rcquakes.com for more information.
Inland Empire Stages, Tours, and Transportation has been a family-owned and operated business since 1983, proudly serving the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes as their exclusive charter bus provider for more than 30 seasons. As the top charter bus company in the greater California region, we're your best bet for getting your group to any special occasion or outing in style. With our skilled professional drivers and decades of experience, we make your travel experience smooth and hassle-free. Call us today at 909-466-4191 for a quote or to book your next charter bus adventure, or visit us online at iesbuses.com.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
Trey Gregory Alford has a 5-run cushion to work with thanks to 3 2-run swings in the top of the second. Marlon Quintero and Hayden Alvarez drove home 2 on singles. Lucas Ramirez plated another and had some help from the center fielder Cam Nelson, which allowed Kendry Maduro to score as well. 6-1 Quakes. Jeremy Siriaco stands in to begin the bottom half of the second as the rain continues to fall in Fresno. TGA winds and delivers. Siriaco checks his swing on a fastball high. Appeal to the base umpire. Ryan Smith says he held up 1-0. Well, Siriaco had the exclamation point for last night's offensive outburst. The 1-0. Siriaco bunts up the third base line. Gregory Alford fields it but decides not to throw. TGA got off the mound quickly to field it, but with Siriaco's speed, the smart play was just to eat the baseball. Siriaco opens the inning with a bunt single, and Trey will go to the stretch against the left-handed hitting Luis Mendez. The third baseman, Alford, shades in towards the infield grass. TGA nods. Here's the pitch. Mendez misses on the bunt attempt, 0-1. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga. Fresno scored first in the bottom of the first before Rancho Cucamonga countered with a 6-spot in the top of the second. The 0-1. Mendez looks at a curveball on the outside corner, 0-2. Well, it remains to be seen how much longer we'll play tonight. The rain isn't scheduled to stop until 1 a.m. Trey nods. There's 0-2. Mendez fouls it to the backstop. It remains an 0-2 count. Well, if this game were to be called at some point, we would have to pick it back up. The Quakes and Grizzlies still play each other 13 more times this season. They'd have to find the time for this. The 0-2 again. Check swing on a fastball low and in, nothing doing. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mendez. Well, the Grizzlies are the only North Division team that the Quakes play on the road twice this year. The 1-2, chopper to first. Duarte fields it, plays it at the bag himself. Throw to second. They've got Siriaco in a rundown, and Maduro applies the tag. A 3-6 double play erases the leadoff bunt single, and the base is clear for Clayton Gray. 2 down in the bottom of the second. Heads up fielding from Nathaniel Duarte to take the out at first before firing to second. He gave himself a lane to throw, and with Siriaco putting on the brakes, it was easy for Maduro to slap the tag. Gregory Alford in his windup, the pitch. Fastball up and outside to Gray, 1-0. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga. The 6th spot in the top of the second is the early difference maker. The 1-0. Gray fouls it off over the third base dugout, and that one lands in the suites. Well, the Quakes play Fresno again at home from the 19th to the 24th of May. And they'll be back at Chuck-Chansey Park in the last full series in July from the 21st to the 26th. Gregory Alford waits as Gray digs back in. The 1-1 on the way. In the dirt to Gray. He doesn't bite. 2-1. Well, if all else fails, you just have to schedule a doubleheader in the midst of those 13 games somewhere. And with that, the 2 umpires convene, and the Quakes are walking off the field. The rain continues to fall, and it looks like it's made the playing surface untenable. Out comes the tarp over the bullpen mounds, and I would think the full-length tarpaulin is to follow. We have officially entered a rain delay at Chuck-Chansey Park, and with the Quakes leading this one 6-1 with nobody on, 2 out in the bottom of the second, we will step aside while Mother Nature runs its course. We'll keep you updated when we receive more information about what's to come, but as things stand right now, the fans are being notified of the delay. That notification is coming in from the press box, and we'll step aside. We are officially in a rain delay at Chuck-Chansey Park, where the Quakes lead this game 6-1. We'll give you updates whenever we can, but right now, we'll send things to break. You're listening to Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Well, it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's game has officially been suspended, and it will be picked up at a later date. The Quakes will end the night with a lead, but unfortunately not with a win. 6-1, 2-1 count with 2 outs in the bottom of the second is when this one comes to a close. So be sure to stay tuned on social media. We will have an official update for how this game will proceed. But rest assured, this game will be completed at some point. Tomorrow's series finale should go on as scheduled. It's a 1:05 start as things stand right now, meaning we'll go on the air at 12:50 for the Morongo Casino pregame show. If we are to make up the rest of this game tomorrow, we will let you know ahead of time. So again, please keep your eyes peeled on social media. We will let you know exactly what the future plans are as soon as we are able to tell you. That'll do it from Chuckchancy Park tonight. One last time, it's the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes 6, Fresno Grizzlies 1, with this game officially suspended with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. I'm Ryan Zimmerman signing off. This has been a production of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Broadcast Network. Have a nice rest of your Saturday, folks. We'll see you tomorrow for the series finale.
Thanks for listening to today's broadcast of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. We once again thank the best fans in the California League and hope to see you very soon at Morongo Field. And go Quakes!
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Paducah, and Cucamonga.
He delivers. Called strike 3. Rancho Cucamonga opens the new era with an opening night win.
Celebrating a brand new era here in Rancho Cucamonga and the newly named Morongo Field, we welcome the return of the affiliation of the Los Angeles Angels. Your 2026 Rancho Cucamonga Quakes are live on the Quakes Radio Network. Leading off is the Quakes pregame show, sponsored by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, with a look ahead at today's game, including a look at scores around baseball and the Banner Bank starting lineups. Now, here's the new 2026 voice of your Quakes, Ryan Zimmerman.
It feels like a kind of retro Sunday in Chuckchancy Park to close out the series. We'll play 2 in a way as the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes and Fresno Grizzlies close this one out. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this broadcast of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network. Thanks so much for joining us to kick off your Sunday afternoon, and welcome to the Morongo Casino pregame show. To break down exactly how we got here, we have to back up to last night, where there was rain scheduled in the forecast, but it held up long enough for both of these teams to get play underway. Fresno opened the scoring in the bottom of the first thanks to a Cam Nelson solo home run off the wall in center field that clipped off the batter's eye immediately afterward. But the Quakes responded in kind. They sent 10 to the plate in the second inning, scoring 6 runs, 3 of them earned, thanks to RBI singles from Marlon Quintero, Hayden Alvarez, and Lucas Ramirez. The first 2 of those were 2-run singles. Ramirez drove in a run himself, but the Cam Nelson error on that swing allowed Kendry Maduro to score from first base to close out the 6th spot. In the bottom of the second, Trey Gregory Alford got the first 2 outs, fell behind 2-1 on 9-hole hitter Clayton Gray, and that's when the umpires made the decision to stop the game. The front office staff got the tarp on the field immediately, and about 30 minutes after we went into a rain delay, the umpires made the decision to call the game, which will be resumed when play restarts in about 11 minutes. Immediately after this game concludes, and it will have to go the full 9 because that's how it started, we will immediately play a 7-inning game afterwards. That will be around 30 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. So we've got 14 innings and 1 out in store for you today as the Quakes can either split win or lose this series. Everything's on the table. But with a 6-1 head start heading into today's restart, the Quakes are hoping to at least take a series lead into the official 7-inning finale. We still got plenty to come on the Morongo Casino pregame show. I'm going to call our next segment the restarting lineups as well as the relief pitching matchups. That's all coming up next. You're listening to the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes on the Quakes Radio Network.
San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for your health and happiness, for support and healing. Here for compassion and courage, for strength and family, with a promise to be there always, providing the very best in healthcare. San Antonio Regional Hospital, here for you, here for life.
Looking for fast and reliable fiber internet? Onward has you covered. Onward provides customizable gigabit internet to fit your lifestyle. It's perfect for gaming, streaming, working from home, and all your connected devices. Visit getonward.com to learn more about fiber internet with whole home Wi-Fi, enhanced parental and network controls. Now serving businesses and residents in Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, and Culver City. Get connected, get faster, get Onward.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack, and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
First pitch of the restart draws near at Chuckchansey Park. The Rancho Cucamonga Quakes lead the Fresno Grizzlies 6-1, and we pick things back up with a 2-1 count and 2 away in the bottom of the second. Welcome back to the Morongo Casino pregame show on the Quakes Radio Network. From first pitch to jackpot, Morongo is now on the field. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, proud sponsor of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes baseball. Ryan Zimmerman with you. Thanks so much for sticking with us in the lead up, not to first pitch, but to the restart. As I mentioned, this game will pick up not necessarily in the middle of the game by itself, but also in the middle of an at-bat. So, let's reset, and we'll bring you today's restarting lineups along with the new pitching matchup. Both managers, Dave Stapleton and Cesar Galvez, have shut down their original starting pitchers, and we'll have a new set of arms taking over in relief to start today's action. We'll get things going with the Rancho starting lineup. Here's who manager Dave Stapleton turns to get this game going once again, and he will not make a lineup change going from Saturday's start to Sunday's finish. The only difference is that when the Quakes get going offensively again, we'll start in the 6th spot in the order. That's where they finished off last night. Hayden Alvarez is the leadoff man out in center field. Angelo Marquez is in the 2-hole, also playing second base. Kendry Maduro bats third. He's at shortstop. Lucas Ramirez is the cleanup man out in right field. Slate Alford plays first base. He's in the 5 spot. Kevin Castillo is out in left field hitting 6th. Johnny McGill is the designated hitter in the 7-hole. Marlon Quintero catches and bats 8th. And to close out the lineup, that's the first baseman, Nathaniel Duarte. Taking over on the mound, Trey Gregory Alford's day is done, and the original Sunday starter is the first man out of the pen, so technically we open with a Morongo pitching change. Derek Clark takes the hill for the 4th time this season. This is his first outing in relief, though, as a pro. Through his first 3 outings, he's 0-2 with a 9.88 ERA, and across 13 2/3 innings, he's allowed 17 runs, 15 earned on 24 hits. 4 of those have left the yard. He's surrendered 2 walks, 9 strikeouts. He holds a whip of 1.90 as well as a batting average against of 369. With the Quakes on the field, let's run through manager Cesar Galvez's starting lineup, which will begin with a 2-1 count to the 9-hole hitter Clayton Gray. So he will be their leadoff hitter for all intents and purposes. But let's start it at the top anyways. Cam Nelson is the leadoff man out in center field. Wilder Dalis is the designated hitter, batting second. Ethan Holliday's in the 3-hole at shortstop. Tanner Thatch is Fresno's cleanup man at first base. Derek Bernard patrols right field. He's in the 5-hole. Jack O'Dowd straps on the gear. He's catching in the 6th spot. Jeremy Siriaco is the third baseman, batting 7th. Luis Mendez is over at second base, hitting 8th. And rounding out the lineup, that's the man striding to the plate right now, the left fielder, Clayton Gray. Riley Kelly will make his pro debut in relief for Fresno when they get their day started defensively in the top of the 3rd. But we'll run through his origin story when that comes. Derek Clark is taking the hill. His first pitch is a slider at the knees, and we get this one started not with strike 1, but strike 2. It's an even 2-2 count to Gray. Here comes Clark. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Just 2 pitches into his outing, Derek Clark closes out the 2nd inning and keeps the Quakes lead at 5. With this game restarted, Derek's throwing BBs, and we're through 2 at Chukchansi Park. 6-1 Quakes. They'll look to keep things rolling against Riley Kelly when we return on the Quakes Radio Network.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games with thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Hey, baseball fans, Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Quakes and your family jewelers since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher today. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Redeem for diamond jewelry, gold chains or bracelets, and more at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Just 2 pitches into today's restart, and the Quakes have finished off a scoreless inning already. Derek Clark picks up where Trey Gregory Alford left off and fans Clayton Gray technically on just 2 pitches. And now Riley Kelly, the Orange, California native, makes his pro debut against a team from the Inland Empire in the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. 6, 7, and 8 in the order get his day started. Kevin Castillo, Johnny McGill, and Marlon Quintero, with the Quakes leading 6-1. Castillo digs in. Kelly takes his spot on the bump with the infield shifted to the right. The windup and the pitch. Castillo pops it foul behind home plate, 0-1. As for Kelly, he's a highly regarded arm in the Rockies organization. They took him with their 4th round selection last year out of UC Irvine. The righty's ready, is 0-1. Castillo chases the high fastball, 0-2. In his junior season as an anteater, he spent the majority of the year as a starter, 17 appearances, and he made 12 starts. Glove at the chest. Here's his 0-2. Castillo takes above the letters on the breaking ball, 1-2. He was part of a UC Irvine team that won the Big West Conference tournament as well. Is 1-2 to Castillo. Check swing on an outside heater. He didn't go. He went 4-1 with a 3.78 ERA and across 66 2/3 innings. He struck out 70 batters. The 2-2 on its way. Castillo chops it over the mound. The shortstop Holiday takes it to the right of second, and a strong throw sets Castillo down. So far, so good for Riley Kelly. One batter, one out. Bases are empty for the DH, Johnny McGill. He didn't have an official at-bat yesterday. He walked in his lone plate appearance against the starter Brady Parker. Came around to score on the Hayden Alvarez single. Siriaco remains in at third. Here's the pitch to McGill. Off the plate away, 1-0. If you're just joining us, we're picking up where we left off last night. 6-1 Quakes thanks to 6 runs in the top of the second inning. Here's the 1-0. McGill takes a fastball low and in, 2 balls and no strikes. Cam Nelson hit a solo home run to get Fresno's day started offensively before Rancho Cucamonga responded. The 2-0. McGill goes the other way and shoots a single into left field. McGill got a fastball on the outer half, and he barreled it right up. He's aboard for the second time in the game. And the Quakes have one on with one away for Marlon Quintero. That's a misnomer I'm going to have to try to get out of my lexicon today. Every bone in my body wanted me to say he's 1 for 1 today, but while that's true, he's reached base twice in the game, not since the calendar turned over to April 26th. Kelly to the stretch. Fastball is at the knees, strike 1. Quintero got Rancho Cucamonga on the board in that 6-run second. He had the first of 2 2-run singles. McGill takes his lead at first. Thatch holds him there. Kelly shrugs. There goes McGill. The 1-0 is a fastball outside. Throw to second. Not in time. McGill dives in safely. And the Quakes immediately have a runner in scoring position. McGill himself had a 3-steal day on Wednesday. That's the most in a single game by a Quake this year. And he's quick to turn on the Jets again with the restart today. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Quintero in an RBI spot. Kelly's delivery. He drives this deep down the line and left. If it's fair, it's gone, but it is just foul. Quintero just got the hand started a nanosecond early. Otherwise, he would have had his second homer of the year. Instead, it goes down in the books as a long strike. Quintero's behind in the count, 1-2. Kelly fires. Quintero takes in the dirt on the curveball, 2-2. Kelly sets up shop on the third base side of the rubber as the second baseman, Luis Mendez, holds McGill at the bag. The break-even offering. Quintero chases the outside fastball, strike 3. Martin picks up the first strikeout of his pro career. Grizzlies will have to save that baseball for him. McGill remains at second, 2 down for Athaniel Duarte. To this point, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He's looking for a reverse of fortune with this game resuming about 18 hours after it started. McGill's on the move. First pitch to Duarte is a lazy fly ball to right. Bernard heads back towards the track and lines it up, makes the catch. Riley Kelly fires a 0 in his first pro frame, but the Grizzlies still have a hill to climb against Derek Clark and the Quakes. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga on the Quakes Radio Network.
Need a printing company that gets results for your business? The Kindred Corporation has you covered. With over 40 years of experience right here in Rancho Cucamonga, we are the printing and promotions experts you can count on. From creative design and precision proofing to high-quality printing, finishing, and direct mailing, we do it all. Visit kindredcorp.com to see how we can take your business to the next level. The Kindred Corporation, proud printing partner of the Quakes.
All-Star Kia San Bernardino invites you to check out the amazing lineup of Kia sedans, SUVs, and crossovers, including the all-new Carnival and the award-winning Telluride. Conveniently located just off the 215 in San Bernardino, All-Star Kia San Bernardino is here to provide you with the top-notch sales and service you've come to expect. Plus, our state-of-the-art service center and parts department are ready to keep your vehicle running smoothly. Proud to be #1 in sales in the Inland Empire for 15 years in a row. AllStarKia.net for more information.
Did you know that each Californian throws away an average of 4.5 pounds of trash each day? That adds up to 30 million tons of trash in a single year. You can do your part to reduce the amount of trash going into the landfill by recycling. Finding out where to recycle your bottles and cans is just a phone call away. Call 1-800-RECYCLE for a recycling center near you, or log on to earth911.com. For additional information about improving the environment, visit healthyrc.com.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
Derek Clark is back to work for his first full inning. Top of the order to face him with his Quakes up 6-1. Cam Nelson gets it going. Clark's delivery. Swing and a miss on a sharp slider. 0-1. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga thanks to 6 runs in the top of the second yesterday against starter Brady Parker. The 0-1. Fastball up and in. That forces Nelson to lean out of the way. 1-1. Clark hasn't come out of the bullpen in a long time, but this still functions as a start on this Sunday. The 1-1. Nelson dislodges his helmet as he fouls off a fastball. 1-2. The last time he saw significant work out of the pen, he was in between colleges pitching in the Cape Cod Baseball League. The 1-2. Nelson fouls it off the fist to the rail of the Rancho dugout on the third base side. In the nation's premier summer circuit, he was a member of the Orleans Firebirds, where he pitched 12 times. Only 3 of those were starts. Another 1-2. Broken bat flare to short. Maduro knocks it down cleanly. He's got the catch. So 1 batter and 2 pitches into his outing. Derek Clark has 2 quick outs. Nobody on, 1 down in the bottom of the third. Here comes Wilder Dalis. This Fresno order is dominated by left-handed hitters with a couple who bat switch. The pitch to Dalis. Changeup is a little low to him, 1-0. Dalis himself, one of those switch hitters. He's in from the right side against the southpaw Clark. DC's 1-0. Fouled off to the backstop, 1-1. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga as this restart is fully underway. Clark picks up his sign, the 1-1. Dalis goes the other way, flares it down the line and right, but this one lands in the Fresno bullpen. Foul. 1-2 to the 18th ranked prospect in the Rockies organization. Clark was given credit for the strikeout of Clayton Gray. Now he eyes his second, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dalis couldn't hold back on the low heater. 2 up, 2 down to begin the bottom of the third. It's up to Ethan Holliday to continue this bottom of the third for the Grizzlies. Clark shakes out his jersey as Holliday digs in. The windup and the delivery. Fastball off the plate away, 1-0. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga leads it. And if Clark can keep things rolling, he would be in line for the win. A look in. The 1-0. Holliday swings and misses at a changeup. It pops in and out of Quintero's glove, but with nobody on, no harm, no foul. 1 ball and 1 strike to the shortstop. Clark sets and delivers. Holliday swings through a changeup at the letters. Clark's just toying with him, 1-2. And if Clark were to win today, it would be his first as a pro, in fact. The 1-2. Fastball at the knees, strike 3. Holliday's perplexed by the call. He shakes his head in frustration on his way back to the dugout. 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts for Derek Clark in the bottom of the third, and he keeps the Quakes up 5. 6-1 as we head to the top of the fourth from Chansey Park on the Quakes Broadcast Network.
Sick of dealing with computer issues at your business? Millennium Systems is here to help. Proud partner of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, we've been providing affordable, certified network configuration and support for nearly 30 years to businesses across Southern California. Call Millennium Systems today at 909-931-3171 for a free evaluation or visit us at mil-sys.com. We'll make sure your business runs smoothly so your data, your network, and your way of business is never threatened.
The 2026 season is here, and we're ready to introduce you to all the exciting changes at the newly named Morongo Field. Want to be a Quakes MVP? Grab your season tickets or a mini plan today, and you'll receive an exclusive free Quakes jersey to celebrate your fandom. Head over to rcquakes.com and join the MVP squad. We can't wait to see you back at Morongo Field in 2026. Go Quakes!
I've given the order, and you have no choice. The Force is coming to Morongo Field on Saturday, May 9th. Thanks to San Antonio Regional Hospital, fans will witness Star Wars Night with your favorite Star Wars characters on hand for photos and a post-game fireworks spectacular. Join me and learn the power of the dark side on Saturday, May 9th. Tickets are available at rcquakes.com.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Hayden Alvarez digs in to lead off the top of the fourth. Here's Riley Kelly's pitch. It's a fastball away, 1-0. 6-1 Quakes. They sent 10 to the plate and scored 6 runs in the top of the second yesterday before this game was suspended. The 1-0. Alvarez is late on the heater, 1 ball, 1 strike. Riley Kelly is an inning into his pro career, and while this isn't a start, it does function like one for the former UC Irvine kid. The 1-1. Alvarez pulls back on a bunt attempt on a slider away, and he does so in time, 2-1. The 4th round selection in last year's draft. Back to work. The 2-1. Alvarez flies it foul of first. Thatch gives it a look. This one lands on the concourse. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the center fielder. This game is still far from over, and the Grizzlies have shown they can put up runs in bunches. It feels like these are still important innings. 2-2. Alvarez fouls it off the catcher O'Dowd, and this AB continues. In fact, Fresno punctuated their win on Friday with a 5-run 7th, featuring an Ethan Holiday 3-run home run. Another break even. Alvarez fouls it back to the screen. We'll try again. Jeremy Siriaco had the other big blow in that inning, a 2-run double. Those two are situated about 20 feet apart on the left side of the infield as we speak. Another 2-2 from Kelly. Alvarez takes low and away. Didn't get the hands going on a junk slider, 3-2. A walk would put plenty of speed aboard at first for Ángelo Marquez. The payoff pitch. Alvarez chases above the shoulder, strike 3. Kelly's been solid to get his day started. Just the 1 base runner against him through an inning and a third. Alvarez is his 2nd strikeout victim. Nobody on, 1 out for Ángelo Marquez. Siriaco moves in at 3rd in the process. He's even with the baseline off the foul line. Kelly rocks and deals. Marquez drills this deep to right. Bernard back towards the track into foul ground. He's got enough room to make the catch. The wind pushed that ball to the right, and Bernard had to fight the tarpaulin over there as he kept his balance and pulled it down. That ball just died in the Sunday afternoon air. 2 up, 2 down for the Quakes. In steps Kendry Maduro. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga on top in the top of the 4th. Kelly's pitch. Fastball bounces into the catcher O'Dowd, 1-0. What's funny is that Kelly's making his pro debut in Fresno, and that's perhaps not a city that'll take too kindly to him. The righty readies, the 1-0. Maduro whiffs on a breaking ball, 1-1. He didn't do anything wrong. It's more so he's a victim of circumstance based on how UC Irvine did in the postseason last year. Is 1-1 to Maduro. Flare shot in a right center field. Bernard comes in. Mendez back. The second baseman makes a sliding catch. Luis Mendez shows off the range, and a web gem finishes off the top of the fourth. The Quakes can't get anything going. Kelly's through to scoreless, but Rancho's still in front by a lot. 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth on the Quakes Radio Network.
Green Cow Construction covers all your bases. From residential and commercial roofing to solar services and complete exterior solutions, we will strike out those high energy bills. Whether you need paint, patios, windows, or air conditioning, they are your relief pitcher. They're locally owned and operated and committed to quality you can trust. Look for their program ad where if you see a golden sticker, you will win autographed Angels memorabilia. Call Green Cow today at 855-355-5900 for your free estimate. That's 855-355-5900. Stay safe at home with Green Cow.
Celebrate the history of America's pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that shape and change the game and our country. And relive the careers of legends who have earned the greatest honor in sports. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Family RV, where family fun begins. Proudly family owned and operated and voted #1, your go-to local RV dealer. Family RV is conveniently located in Ontario, just off the 10 and 15 freeways. Step into our massive indoor showroom packed with both new and pre-owned RVs featuring top brands like Crossroads, Cruiser, Forest River, and Heartland. Come on down and see it all in person or explore our virtual showroom at FamilyRVUSA.com. And don't miss out on our special Family RV Family Feast nights with the Quakes at Lone Mart Field on select evenings.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
The middle of the order gets the bottom of the fourth underway for Fresno. Derek Clark's first try to Tanner Thatch is a slider at the knees, 0-1. 6-1 Rancho Cucamonga, but we haven't scored a run since the restart. All 7 were yesterday before the suspension. The 0-1. Thatch flies this to right center field. Ramirez ranges to his right, calls off the center fielder Alvarez and makes the catch on the run. Off the bat, it looked like that ball had some carry, but Thatch couldn't elevate as much as he would have liked. Derek Clark has retired each of the first 5 he's faced as a result. The lefty's locked in his first career relief appearance as a pro. Nobody on, 1 out for Derek Bernard. The lefty stands in with an open stance. Here's the pitch. Fastball right on the outside edge, 0-1. Rancho Cucamonga leads at 6-1. All 6 of their runs came in the second inning off the starter Brady Parker. The 0-1. Bernard flies it deep to right. Ramirez gives chase towards the track at the wall. This one is gone. Derek Bernard continues to see the ball well in this series. He launches one off the construction zone beyond the right field wall, and Fresno pulls one back. 6-2 Quakes. That's the time to give up a solo home run, though, when you're up 5 runs. Fortunately, Rancho Cucamonga's lead is still pretty comfortable. That brings in Jack O'Dowd. First pitch to him is a slider away, 1-0. But at least for Clark, he's been susceptible to giving up the big fly in his first full pro season. The 1-0. Off the plate, caught the edge. 1-1. Bernard's home run, the 5th he's surrendered already this season. Clark squares the 1-1. O'Dowd pops it up into shallow left. Alford and Maduro back. Castillo into foul ground as well. Alford slides. He can't come up with the baseball. It was a valiant effort from the third baseman. He was running out of room past home plate of the bullpen, and he slid into the divider searching for the baseball. He pops up perfectly okay, and he's on his way back to his position. Clark is still ahead of O'Dowd here, 1-2. Here's his pitch. O'Dowd dribbles it foul towards the first base dugout. O'Dowd hit a home run in his last start, but he's off to an ominous beginning in this game. Another 1-2. He chops it towards first. Duarte charges, calls Clark off, and takes it to the bag himself for out number 2. So O'Dowd is 0 for 2 with a 1-2-3 double play and a 3 unassisted ground out. Clark shakes off the Bernard bomb. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. 2 down in the bottom of the 4th for the right-handed hitting Jeremy Siriaco. He is the lone natural right-handed bat in this Fresno order. And before he sees a pitch, home plate umpire Anthony Artini calls time and gives enough time for the bat boy to remove a baseball. First pitch to Siriaco is a fastball right on the low outside corner, 0-1. No pitch clock violation there, is just a baseball on the field he wanted removed. The 0-1. Siriaco chases the outside changeup. Quickly Clark's ahead, 0-2. Clark turns his back to Quintero before his pitch. Low and away with the changeup. Siriaco wouldn't chase, 1-2. Everyone else in this Fresno order is either a lefty or a switch hitter. Clark readies the 1-2. Siriaco fouls it to the backstop. We'll try it again. It's a big reason the Quakes elected to put Clark on the mound to start in game 1 with the 6-1 lead at the restart. Another 1-2. Siriaco chases outside the zone, strike 3. Derek Clark ends the 4th just like he did the 2nd and 3rd with a punch-out. However, Derek Bernard takes him deep, and the Grizzlies have hit the comeback trail. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga as we approach the halfway point of Game 1 at Chuck Chansey Park. Top of the 5th coming up next on the Quakes Radio Network.
Hey fans, catch the excitement of minor league baseball with the Bally Sports Live app. Watch your favorite team or scout the top prospects. Every game live all season long.
Strike 3! You're out!
Plus, stream the Savannah Bananas and emerging fight sports to keep the action going. Best of all, it's totally free. No credit card required. Download the Bally Sports Live app today on your phone or connected device.
Our next Family RV Family Feast Night is coming up on Friday, May 1st. You can enjoy $2 hot dogs with $1 Pepsi products and ice cream sandwiches. Enjoy affordable family entertainment with Family Feast Night on Friday, May 1st. Get your tickets online now at rcquakes.com.
Every business has a story. Maybe you're just getting started. Maybe you're expanding. Maybe you're ready for a fresh start with a bank that truly cares about your business. We're Banner Bank, and we want your business to succeed, to stay competitive, to get to the next level. And we have a long history of helping businesses just like yours. Visit bannerbank.com to find a local branch. Banner Bank. Better ideas, better banking. Member FDIC.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Lucas Ramirez digs in to open the top of the 5th. Riley Kelly rocks and deals. He fires a slider low, 1-0. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Derek Bernard's solo home run in the bottom of the 4th opens the scoring in the restart, the 1-0. Ramirez drills this ball to right. Bernard gives chase towards the track, reaches up and makes the catch. Ramirez caught that ball flush, but Bernard got a good initial read, and he's now made a couple of nice grabs out and right. Nobody on, one away for Slate Alford. Riley Kelly continues to roll. He's allowed just one hit now in 2 1/3 innings today. Alford digs in from the right side. Here's Kelly's pitch. Fastball misses low to him, 1-0. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. The 6th spot in the 2nd inning yesterday still proves the difference maker in game 1 today. Kelly's 1-0. Alford chops it towards the on-deck batter, Kevin Castillo, 1-1. Well, I mentioned Kelly might be a marked man in his early days in Fresno. I'll continue to explain that. But it all stems from last year's NCAA tournament. The 1-1. Alford can't hold back on a bouncing slider, 1-2. His UC Irvine Anteaters and the Fresno State Bulldogs were both drawn to the same regional, that at Jackie Robinson Stadium on the campus of UCLA, and they faced off against each other in the consolation bracket over there. The 1-2 to Alford. Check swing on a high outside fastball, 2-2. Well, Fresno State lost their first game to UCLA. UC Irvine did the same to Arizona State as the 2 seed in that region. The break even to Alford. Broken back ground ball the second. Mendez plays the funny hop throw to first in time, 2 away. Kelly is dealing, and he's eating up innings the way the Grizzlies need him to. He's now retired 7 straight. The bases are empty with 2 outs. It's back to the first batter of the day in Kevin Castillo. He was the first to face Kelly in the top of the 3rd, with the lineup picking up where it left off last night. Kelly fires. Castillo can't get a bunt down up the 3rd base line. It trickles foul, 0-1. But to finish the thought on Kelly, UC Irvine beat Fresno State in that game 8-3 to end the Bulldogs' season. The 0-1. Castillo flips it down the line and left. That corkscrews into the 2nd row of seats. 0-2 on the left fielder. In fact, Kelly started that game. He threw 4 2/3 innings, allowing just 1 earned run on 4 hits, striking out 4. His 0-2. Change up in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It might take some time for him to build up some goodwill in Fresno, but the way he's pitching today certainly helps the cause for him. The 1-2 home. Castillo flies it into foul ground left side. Gray on his horse towards the bullpen. It kicks off the bench. Gray never really had a shot at that ball. He stopped his momentum squarely between the rubbers on the mound. Still 1-2 on Castillo as Kelly searches for his 2nd straight perfect inning. The righty winds and fires. Castillo rolls it up the first base line, but it will not stay fair. At least he's off to a better start than Buster Posey when he suited up for the Grizzlies in his AAA days. Fresno State eliminated his Florida State Seminoles in the College World Series in 2008, I believe, before he came here. The 1-2 once more. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kevin Castillo gets tied up in knots on a changeup, and Kelly finishes off a 1-2-3 5th. He is rolling in the restart at Chuck Chansey Park. We're halfway home. Quakes lead it 6-2 on the Quakes Radio Network.
When it comes to the Wi-Fi in your home, are you in control? Customize your Wi-Fi with the Onward Experience. Don't waste time waiting for shows to buffer. With Onward Experience, you can prioritize streaming devices so you can get back to spending quality time with the family. Learn more about what the Onward Experience can do for you at getonward.com. Now serving businesses and residents in Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, and Culver City. Get connected, get faster, get Onward.
Have you stopped by the all-new Quakes team store at Morongo Field? We have new logos and new colors on more than 10 styles of new era hats. From the latest Quakes and Chaquetas caps, We've got something for everyone, including brand new shirts, blankets, and 2026 Quakes gear. Can't make it to the ballpark? Head over to the Quakes online teen store at rcquakes.com and score your favorite new era caps and all new Quakes gear anytime.
Attention baseball fans, get ready to score big with Daniels Jewelers and G-Shock watches. Whether you're cheering from the stands or catching every play, we've got the winning combination for you. Visit Daniels Jewelers today and discover the rugged durability of G-Shock watches, perfect for every adventure on and off the field. From tough to timeless, Daniels Jewelers has the style that fits your game. Don't strike out. Swing by Daniels Jewelers and experience the power of G-Shock watches. Home run deals await you. Daniels Jewelers and G-Shock watches. We're a champion shop. Visit us online or in store near you.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Luis Mendez digs in to begin the bottom of the fifth. Derek Clark's delivery. Mendez fouls it off the catcher Quintero, and it rolls towards Clayton Gray in the on-deck circle. Cam Nelson's in the hole for Fresno with the Quakes leading 6-2. Clark's 0-1. Mendez, swings at a low outside slider, 0-2. Clark's been equal to the task for the Quakes in the restart, the 0-2. Mendez flares it over Maduro into left center field, base hit. Mendez takes a big turnaround first. He throws on the brakes halfway up to second, but he's back without a throw. That's the first hit against Clark today that doesn't leave the yard. And he heads to the stretch for the first time against Clayton Gray. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Fresno has their leadoff man aboard to begin the bottom of the fifth. Clark takes a look at Mendez, his toss to Gray. Fastball inside, nearly caught a piece of him. Fresno thought that should have been a hit by pitch, but home plate umpire Anthony Artini thinks otherwise. The 1-0. Gray checks his swing on an outside slider. Appeal to the base umpire. Ryan Smith says he went around. 1 ball and 1 strike on the Little Rock, Arkansas native. 1-1. Ground ball foul of first. Gray's behind 1-2. The winning run in Wednesday's game split his college days between Crowder College and Austin Peay State, where he was signed as a UDFA a couple years back. The 1-2. Ground ball up the first base line. Duarte lets it roll foul. It ends up a wise decision. Mendez was already at second base by the time Duarte picked up the ball. Would have gone as a productive out, but instead Mendez retreats back to first. Still a 1-2 count against Gray. Clark's back to work. Another 1-2 has to wait. Throw to first base. Mendez dives in safely. A lefty-on-lefty matchup, which is a commonality here with Fresno. The next 1-2. Slider outside doesn't tempt Gray to pull the trigger. 2-2. Gray doesn't necessarily have any connection to the Bay Area except for his walk-up song, 5 on It by Luniz, which is a funny tie-in. The 2-2 to him. Gray rolls it foul to the Fresno dugout. We'll try it again. With the Giants setting up camp here, the Grizzlies were a San Francisco AAA affiliate for around 15 seasons. There are a lot of Giants fans in the area. Another 2-2. Slider moves just outside. Quintero held the glove a couple extra seconds just to try and coax the call, but nothing doing. Count goes full on Gray. Payoff pitch waits. Throw over to first base. Mendez dives in safely, and Clark is out of disengagements. We'll see if that ignites the Fresno run game with Gray up, and he handles the bat well. The 3-2. Gray flies it into straightaway left. Castillo takes a couple steps in. He's got it. Clark wins the battle with Gray. And the first out of the inning is recorded. Mendez holds at first, 1 out for Cam Nelson. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Clark, the pitcher of record for Rancho. A look over to the bag. Now he throws. He's got Mendez picked off. Duarte ushers him to second and slaps the tag on his back. The lefty Clark shows off the pickoff move, and he has Mendez dead to rights for out number 2. For those of you scoring at home, that's a 1-3 pickoff, and the base is clear before Clark has to throw a pitch to Nelson. From the windup, he delivers. Nelson checks his swing and fouls it to the top of the protective netting above the Rancho Cucamonga dugout. 6-2 Quakes. No one on, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th following the pickoff of Mendez. The 0-1. Nelson fouls it off the catcher Quintero, 0-2. Once again, Nelson's batting helmet moved on his swing. He's behind in the count, and he responds by choking up on the bat. Clark delivers. Nelson lifts this deep out to left. Castillo pirouettes towards the track. He pulls it down. It's not a conventional way of going about it, but Derek Clark faces the minimum in the bottom of the 5th, and it keeps the Quakes up by 4. 6-2. Top of the 6th is coming up on the Quakes Radio Network.
Our final bobblehead giveaway of the year is definitely a throwback, as we're proud to honor former Quake and Angel Jared Weaver. Coming up on Friday, June 26th, 1,500 fans will take home a bobblehead featuring one of the greatest former Quakes ever, flamethrower and former Angel Jared Weaver. Get your tickets online now at rcquakes.com.
Step into the sweet life in 2026. Whether you're strengthening business connections or just enjoying a ball game with friends, Quakes Suites at Morongo Field offer the perfect upscale setting to impress your guests. All suites on the Onward Suite level come fully furnished with awesome amenities like air conditioning and cable TV. Full suites include 15 tickets and 4 preferred parking passes, while half suites offer 6 tickets and 2 preferred parking passes. Get all the details on the Onward Suite level at rcquakes.com.
When you're looking for refreshing beer, look no further than the King of Beers. Since 1876, Budweiser has been the American gold standard for a light lager, brewed with the best barley malt and a blend of premium hop varieties for a crisp and flavorful taste in every sip. So if you're looking for a fresh-tasting beer with a smooth finish, grab a Bud today.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Tyrell Chadwick takes over on the mound for the Fresno Grizzlies in the top of the 6th. His first pitch to Johnny McGill gets a 1-hopper to short. Holiday doesn't have to move to play it. Throw to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. That ends the day for Riley Kelly, and he could not have dreamed up a better start to his pro career. Through 3 innings, he allowed just 1 hit. That was against McGill back in the 3rd. No walks, 3 strikeouts, and Fresno has pulled 1 run closer since he took the hill. The first pitch to Marlon Quintero. 2-seamer runs inside on him, 1-0. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. No runs today, but they put up 6 in the 2nd inning yesterday. The 1-0. Fastball makes its way to the backstop. Quintero doesn't even think about swinging. Well, as for Chadwick, he's on for the 2nd time in this series. He pitched on Education Day Wednesday. 2-0. Quintero lofts this out to right. Bernard takes a couple steps back, camps underneath, and makes the catch. Well, Chadwick is off to a much better start today than Wednesday. It takes him just 4 pitches to retire the first 2 hitters he faces. In that outing, he ended up throwing 2 frames, allowing 2 runs on 3 hits. This pitch to Nathaniel Duarte is an outside half fastball, strike 1. 6-2, Rancho Cucamonga on top, thanks to their 6 runs in the second inning. 0-1. Duarte dribbles it in front of the mound. Chadwick can't play it cleanly, picks it up off the hill and doesn't make a throw. Nathaniel Duarte reaches on the misplay, and that forces Chadwick into the stretch against Hayden Alvarez. We'll see whether this is scored a base hit or an error, and if it were to go the other way, it would be Fresno's 4th error of the game, even if it is just their first on Sunday. Chadwick has to go to the stretch against Hayden Alvarez. Duarte takes his lead off first. Chadwick fires. Curveball misses low, 1-0. Well, Chadwick's year has been up and down in his first as a pro. 2-0 his record with a 7.07 ERA in his first 6 outings. The 1-0. Fastball's right at the knees, strike 1. In 14 1/3 prior innings, he's allowed 12 runs, 11 earned on 19 hits, 2 of them homers, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. 1-1. Fastball's right at the bottom of the zone, 1-2. Chadwick himself, the lone Canadian on this team. He's a native of Burnaby, British Columbia. Colorado's 18th round draft pick last year. Duarte's on the move. The 1-2 is chopped over to third. Siriaco plays it to his left. Throw to first beats Alvarez, and the side is retired. Chadwick comes out of the pen and picks up right where Riley Kelly left off. Still 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. On to the bottom of the 6th on the Quakes Radio Network.
Sick of dealing with computer issues at your business? Millennium Systems is here to help. Proud partner of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, we've been providing affordable, certified network configuration and support for nearly 30 years to businesses across Southern California. Call Millennium Systems today at 909-931-3171 for a free evaluation, or visit us at mil-sys.com. We'll make sure your business runs smoothly so your data, your network, and your way of business is never threatened.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
We care about families, we care about seniors, and we care about our community. National Core, one of the nation's most respected nonprofit community builders, is located right here in Rancho Cucamonga. In partnership with the Hope Through Housing Foundation, National Core is dedicated to improving the lives of children, families, and seniors. Together, we are providing much-needed housing and supportive services, transforming the lives of our residents, and creating strong, vibrant communities. To learn more or to donate, please visit nationalcore.org.
You're locked into the Quakes Radio Network, the home of your 3-time league champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
Derek Clark remains on the hill for the Quakes to take on 2, 3, and 4 in the Fresno lineup. Rancho Cucamonga leads at 6-2 here in Fresno. The pitch to Wilder Dalis. He bunts it foul up the first base line, 0-1. The only blemish on Clark's record to this point, a Derek Bernard solo home run in the bottom of the 4th. He's not scheduled to hit in this inning. Either Dalis, Ethan Holiday, or Tanner Thatch would have to reach. But outside of that, Clark has been stellar, and he's done the job eating up innings for the Quakes today. Is 0-1. Dalis grounds it up the middle. Maduro charges, plays it in front of second, and his throw to first is in time. Dalis' bat shattered on that swing. It doesn't receive a hero's death as the bat boy picks it up and walks it back to the dugout. Nobody on, 1 away for Ethan Holiday. Clark can stay in the windup, and he plants his back foot on the first base side of the rubber. The lefty delivers. Holiday fouls it off towards the left field concourse, 0-1. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga over Fresno. All 6 runs came in the second inning yesterday against the starter Brady Parker. Clark has his sign, the 0-1. Holiday spills it down the left field line. It lands foul just past the bullpen mound. Clark tried to jam him on the hands, and Holiday muscled it the other way. Just couldn't quite keep it between the lines. He has to walk back to the left-handed batter's box to continue his AB down 0-2. Clark locks eyes with his catcher, Quintero. His 0-2 home. Holiday grounds it foul of first. Will do it again. Well, with a 7-inning game immediately after this one, Clark, if he can keep this up, would give the Quakes starter innings and save the bullpens for the entirety of game 2. Another 0-2. Clark lobs this into left. Castillo ranges towards the track and makes the play. Clark has now set Holiday down twice, and he is the second out in the 6th. Derek was in need of a bounce-back outing, and it comes in his first relief appearance as a professional. Nobody on, 2 out for Tanner Thatch. Here comes the pitch. Thatch lines this down towards the right field corner. It tails off the protective netting beyond the bullpen, foul. Not quite home run distance on the swing, but it would have been extra bases if he had started his swing a half second later. 0-1 on the first baseman in the meantime. Clark fires. Thatch checks his swing on a low outside slider. 1-1. Thatch has been the big bat in the Fresno lineup throughout this series, but he's been held quiet in game 5. 0 for 2 to this point. Gregory Alford struck him out yesterday. Here's the 1-1. Thatch rolls over on it to second. Marquez scoops it up, toss to first in time. Derek Clark's got a 1-2-3-6, and he keeps the good times rolling on the hill for Rancho. We're through 2/3 of this continued contest. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. The Quakes will look for some late inning insurance next on the Quakes Radio Network.
Sick of dealing with computer issues at your business? Millennium Systems is here to help. Proud partner of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, we've been providing affordable, certified network configuration and support for nearly 30 years to businesses across Southern California. Call Millennium Systems today at 909-931-3171 for a free evaluation, or visit us at mil-sys.com. We'll make sure your business runs smoothly so your data, your network, and your way of business is never threatened.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
We care about families, we care about seniors, and we care about our community. National Core, one of the nation's most respected nonprofit community builders, is located right here in Rancho Cucamonga. In partnership with the Hope Through Housing Foundation, National Core is dedicated to improving the lives of children, families, and seniors. Together, we are providing much-needed housing and supportive services, transforming the lives of our residents, and creating strong, vibrant communities. To learn more or to donate, please visit nationalcore.org.
Anielo Marquez is up to start the 7th. Tyrell Chadwick's first pitch is grooved into right field, and Marquez needs just one pitch to reach. He's got a leadoff single. It's his second hit of the game, first today, and Chadwick has to go to the stretch against Kendry Maduro as the heart of the Rancho order gets their first look at him. 6-2 Quakes over the Grizzlies as we pick this suspended game up from yesterday, and this could prove a big result for the Quakes in search of a series win. Chadwick throws over to first. Marquez gets back in ahead of the Thatch tag. This was the only game in the Cal League not to finish yesterday, and as a result, they'll finish to today. First try to Maduro, fastball outside, ball one. O'Dowd popped out of his crouch to look Marquez back to first. One of those results, a comeback victory for the Lake Elsinore Storm in Lucas Giolito's rehab start. 1-0. Maduro foul tips a fastball into O'Dowd's glove, 1-1. They won that contest at Diamond Stadium of Lake Elsinore 6-5 yesterday to give them a half-game lead for first place in the South. The 1-1. Maduro fouls it off the fists behind home plate, 1-2. This marks the first time this season that the Quakes have been out of first place in any capacity in the South Division, whether they led it outright or tied for the lead. The 1-2. Maduro fouls it off himself in the batter's box. He'll stay put. And with that, the Storm have won each of their first 5 games against the Rawhide this week, and they prepare for a sweep that should get started in a matter of moments. Big hole on the right side of the infield for Maduro. Another 1-2 from Chadwick. Ground ball up the middle. Holiday dives and knocks it down. Glove flip to second for 1. No return throw to first. Holiday flashes the leather at short and makes a brilliant stop to pick up 1 out on the play. Showed you exactly why the Rockies took him 4th overall last year. It's not just the bat that caught their eye. Maduro's over at first, 1 out for Lucas Ramirez. Chadwick remains in the stretch, his first pitch. Slider away to Ramirez, 1-0. Ramirez to this point 0 for 1 on Sunday, but 1 for 3 in the game. He drove home the 5th of the 6 runs in the second inning yesterday. 1-0. Curveball in the dirt, 2 balls, no strikes. Run number 6 did score on Ramirez's at-bat, although it was because of Cam Nelson's error in center field. 2-0. Fastball sails high to Ramirez, 3-0. Well, if the Quakes can sweep this doubleheader today, they would take first place in the South regardless of what happens in Lake Elsinore. Chadwick delivers. Fastball off the plate away, ball 4. Ramirez double pumped on his bat flip to the third base dugout before taking his base. The free pass puts 2 runners on, still just 1 out for Slade Alford. 6-2, Rancho Cucamonga leads Fresno in the continuation of Saturday night's affair. The Quakes look for their first runs in Sunday's continuation. A look back to the lead runner. Here's the pitch. Alford checks his swing on an inside corner fastball, 0-1. Again, the season is only 19 games old for the Quakes, 20 for the Storm. But it looks like we're in for an interesting first-place division championship race. The 0-1 fastball inside to Alford, 1-1. I misspoke. First half South Division championship race. The Ontario Tower Buzzers have won 2 in a row. They're just a game under 500 now at 9-10. They still have a game to make up with Inland Empire themselves. 1-1. Alford dribbles it in front of the mound. Chadwick plays it to the third base side. Pump fakes to second, instead goes to first, and Alford is retired. That operates like a sac bunt for the Quakes. Ramirez advances to second, Maduro to third. 2 outs for Kevin Castillo, and what a time this would be to break out of his slump. He's been struggling at the plate over the last couple weeks. In this series alone, he's 1 for 12 coming into today. First pitch, he takes that to second. Mendez plays it on a hop, throw to first in time, and Chadwick is through 2 scoreless. The Quakes can't do anything with a leadoff single, and their lead remains 4 at stretch time at Chukchansi Park. 6-2 Quakes. Eric Clark is heading back out for the 7th inning when we return on the Quakes Radio Network.
Did you know that producing new plastic from recycled material uses only 2/3 of the energy required to manufacture it from raw materials? And that recycling 125 aluminum cans saves enough energy to power one home for an entire day. Hit a home run for the environment by recycling right here at the stadium. Recycle your bottles, cans, and plastic cups by depositing them in one of the many recycling containers located throughout the stadium. For additional information about improving the environment, visit healthyrc.com.
Drinking and driving, what's your excuse?
I know when I've had too much. I'm careful.
We designate a driver. He just drinks less.
If the room doesn't spin when I stand up, I'm good.
I was eating the whole time I was drinking.
I didn't drink that much.
How to drive home? I need my car for work.
I'm a big guy. I can drink more and drive.
I live 5 minutes from here.
No excuses. Designate a sober driver.
A message from the California Highway Patrol.
Inland Empire Stages, Tours, and Transportation has been a family-owned and operated business since 1983, proudly serving the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes as their exclusive charter bus provider for more than 30 seasons. As the top charter bus company in the greater California region, we're your best bet for getting your group to any special occasion or outing in style. With our skilled professional drivers and decades of experience, we make your travel experience smooth and hassle-free. Call us today at 909-466-4191 for a quote or to book your next charter bus adventure, or visit us online at iesbuses.com.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
Derek Clark takes the hill to continue his 5th inning of the outing. His first matchup is Derek Bernard, and he starts him with a fastball right down Main Street, 0-1. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Bernard accounts for the only run of the restart, though. The 0-1. Slider brushes him back, 1 ball, 1 strike. He hit a solo shot against Clark in the bottom of the 4th. 1-1. Clark swings out of his shoes as he chases a slider outside, 1-2. He's in the midst of a power surge, already his 4th home run of the season. The 1-2. Bernard foul tips a fastball off the catcher Quintero, and he can't glove it cleanly. The at-bat continues. He's also already extended his early season on-base streak. He pushed that up to 20 with a walk yesterday. The 1-2 once more. Bernard drills it foul into the first base dugout, and a couple of his teammates sitting on the bench over there had to be on high alert. Still 1-2 on the Fresno right fielder as Clark searches for his put-away pitch. DC shrugs his shoulders. The next 1-2. Clark ducks away from a high curveball. It sails all the way to the backstop, 2-2. Clark looked like he just lost the handle on that, but still has a couple pitches to play with against Clark. The break-even toss. Clark swings and misses, strike 3. Clark turned to the breaking ball once again to Phantom, and he's out for the first time in this contest at that. The bases are empty, 1 down for Jack O'Dowd. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Nobody on, 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Clark's pitch. O'Dowd looks at a slider on the inside edge, 0-1. Well, as for Clark, he would match his longest outing of the season if he can set O'Dowd down. The 0-1 is roped into right center. Alvarez on the move. He can't get there. This ball 3 hops the wall. O'Dowd around first. He coasts into second with a 1-out double. Jack O'Dowd has been a tough nut for these Rancho Cucamonga pitchers to crack. That's his first hit of the game, but already his 2nd extra base hit of the series in as many starts. He's at second, 1 away for Jeremy Siriaco. The Quakes have the Grizzlies down to their final 8 outs, but this still feels like it's far from over at Chukchansi Park. Clark to work. Fastball away to Siriaco, 1-0. Well, Clark has gone 5 innings before, albeit that was in his last start against San Jose a week ago today. The 1-0. Siriaco looks at a fastball at the top of the zone, 1-1. He ended up taking the loss in that series finale, but he can right those wrongs today. Already the pitcher of record. A look back at O'Dowd, the 1-1. Siriaco chases the outside changeup. Clark got him to move the hands early, 1-2. O'Dowd takes his lead off at second. Angelo Marquez holds him there. Clark's 1-2. Siriaco foul tips it to the backstop. Will do things again. Clark's pitch count is rising, but he's throwing a starter's workload today in relief of Trey Gregory Alford. He's now at 64. A look to second, now a throw. O'Dowd gets his right hand in there. The Angels have tended to cap their single-A starters around 80 pitches. And Clark's gotten around there already this year. The 1-2 once more. Siriaco flies it into center. Alvarez races towards it, makes the play on the run. Nice grab. A throw into third holds O'Dowd at second. And what looked like a base hit off the bat turns into a routine flyout. 2 down. Aiden Alvarez has some serious range in center field, and he showed it off right there. That brings in Luis Mendez to try and cash in the O'Dowd 1-out 2-bagger. Clark looks back at the base runner, his pitch. Slider right there to Mendez, strike 1. Well, on that flyout, Clark is now at 5 innings in relief. Check to O'Dowd, the 0-1. Mendez spits on a low spinner, 1-1. He's now pitched in 5 innings in back-to-back games, and he has the longest outing by a Rancho reliever this year. His 1-1. Mendez takes a fastball right on the block, 1-2. Yes, that's on a technicality that this functions like a start in today's continuation, but it all counts the same. It's going in the game notes. His 1-2 to Mendez. He golfs it into right center field. Ramirez on his horse into the gap, makes way for Alvarez to haul it in. The center fielder shows off his speed in both directions to finish off the 7th. And the Grizzlies go down whimpering. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. 2 innings to play in game 1 of the day. The Quakes have a shot at least a series split. Top of the 8th is next on the Quakes Radio Network.
San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for your health and happiness, for support and healing. Here for compassion and courage, for strength and family, with a promise to be there always, providing the very best in health care. San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for you, here for life.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack, and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
Tyrell Chadwick is done after 2 innings in relief, and he hands the ball over to Manuel Olivares, Wednesday afternoon's winner, with the Grizzlies aiming for the same comeback result. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. We're through 7 at Chukchansi Park, dating back to last night. The bottom of the 3rd is set to greet the new right-hander, Johnny McGill, Marlon Quintero, and Nathaniel Duarte. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network, as Rancho looks to ensure at least a series split in the Central Valley. Olivares fires. McGill looks at a slider around the back foot, 1-0. As for Chadwick, he had a much better outing in his second time facing the Quakes than in his first, as he goes 2 scoreless. Olivares holds the glove at the shoulder. Here's his 1-0. McGill watches a fastball on the outside half, 1-1. He allowed just 2 hits, 1 walk, no strikeouts. But he hands the ball over to Olivares with the score the same. The 1-1 to McGill. Check swing on a back foot slider. Appeal to the base umpire. Ryan Smith says check swing. Well, Olivares did himself a big favor the way he pitched on Wednesday as it dropped his ERA precipitously. Here's his 2-1. Fastball low and in, 3 balls and a strike. He threw 3 scoreless innings of 1 hit ball in that contest. He went into the game at 771. He left at 338. Olivares has his side from O'Dowd, the 3-1. McGill dribbles it off the catcher, foul, 3-2. This is his 4th appearance of the season. His prior 3 have all been in relief. He's 1-0 with that 3.38 ERA, also 1 for 1 in save opportunities through 5 1/3 innings. Olivares resets on the right side of the rubber. The payoff pitch. McGill takes in the dirt, ball 4. So Johnny greets Olivares to today's proceedings with a long walk. And he's aboard to start the 8th. He's one to keep an eye on at first base. Already a steal since we restarted. Marlon Quintero is up, throw over to first. McGill is picked off. He can't believe it. McGill thought he got a hand back. But base umpire Ryan Smith disagrees, and the leadoff walk is eliminated. Olivares can go back to the stretch against Quintero. O'Dowd gives a low target. His first pitch. Quintero rips a slider into left field, and that falls in front of Gray. So just 1 pitch after the pickoff, Quintero's single replaces McGill at first. 1 on, 1 out for Nathaniel Duarte. So much for him being the strikeout batter of the day. Quintero takes a conservative lead as Thatch holds him over there. Olivares returns to the stretch. His toss. Fastball inside to Duarte, 1-0. Out of the 9-hole, he's 1 for 3. Picked up an infield single on a tapper back to the mound against Tyrell Chadwick in the 6th. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Olivares is 1-0. The fastball catches a lot of the zone, 1-1. Over in the Rancho Cucamonga bullpen, there are a couple of guys getting up, but nobody's on a mound just yet. Throw over to first. Quintero dives in safely. The decision to start Derek Clark in Game 2 rather than Game 1 has proven to be the correct one to this point. He's through 5 1/3 innings of just 1-run ball. The 1-1. Slider nearly caught a piece of Duarte, but he moves out of the way in the nick of time. Clark's pitch count as it stands is at 69 for context. 2-1. Ground ball to short. Holiday picks it up, throw to second for 1, on to first, double play. Manuel Olivares allows 2 base runners, but he still faces the minimum in the top of the 8th. Rancho Cucamonga is without a run in the restart, but they're still in the driver's seat at Chukchansi Park. 6-2, they lead it. Bottom of the 8th to come on the Quakes Radio Network.
All-Star Kia San Bernardino invites you to check out the amazing lineup of Kia sedans, SUVs, and crossovers, including the all-new Carnival and the award-winning Telluride. Conveniently located just off the 215 in San Bernardino, All-Star Kia San Bernardino is here to provide you with the top-notch sales and service you've come to expect. Plus, our state-of-the-art service center and parts department are ready to keep your vehicle running smoothly. Proud to be #1 in sales in the Inland Empire for 15 years in a row. AllStarKia.net for more information.
Every business has a story. Maybe you're just getting started. Maybe you're expanding. Maybe you're ready for a fresh start with a bank that truly cares about your business. We're Banner Bank, and we want your business to succeed. to stay competitive, to get to the next level. And we have a long history of helping businesses just like yours. Visit bannerbank.com to find a local branch. Banner Bank. Better ideas, better banking. Member FDIC.
Hey fans, catch the excitement of minor league baseball with the Bally Sports Live app. Watch your favorite team or scout the top prospects. Every game live all season long.
Strike three, you're out.
Plus, stream the Savannah Bananas and emerging fight sports to keep the action going. Best of all, it's totally free. No credit card required. Download the Bally Sports Live app today on your phone or connected device.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
Derek Clark continues to deal for the Quakes, and he's back out there for the bottom of the 8th. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. 9-1-2 set to face him. Clayton Gray gets the half inning started. The first pitch to him is grounded up the middle past Marquez and into center field. One pitch into the inning, Gray's aboard with a leadoff single, and that turns over the lineup card for Cam Nelson. There's no activity in the Rancho bullpen just yet, although Fulton Lockhart is throwing a weighted ball into the protective netting as we speak. But this is still Clark's inning to finish. Gray takes his lead. The first pitch to Nelson. He pulls back on a bunt attempt, and he lets a high fastball fly, 1-0. The tying run is in the hole for the Grizzlies, but quite a while still for them to get there with Rancho Cucamonga up 6-2. The 1-0. Nelson grounds it to second. Marquez knocks it down. Throw to the bag for one on a first. In time, double play. 4-6-3, just how you draw it up. Derek Clark conjures up the twin killing, and he's now through 6 relief frames. So just 2 pitches after the leadoff single, Derek Clark works his magic, and he can face the minimum against Wilder Dalis. The pitch on its way. Fastball up and into the switch hitter, 1-0. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. The Quakes have the Grizzlies down to their final 4 outs. 1-0. Line shot to second. Marquez down to a knee to haul it in, and the side is retired. Derek Clark needs just 4 pitches to get through the 8th. And he has done exactly what's been asked of him today. 6 1/3 innings in relief in game 1 of 2 today. And he helps the Quakes bring a 6-2 lead into the final frame with them on the Quakes Radio Network.
Green Cow Construction covers all your bases. From residential and commercial roofing to solar services and complete exterior solutions, we will strike out those high energy bills. Whether you need paint, patios, windows, or air conditioning, they are your relief pitcher. They're locally owned and operated and committed to quality you can trust. Look for their program ad where if you see a golden sticker, you will win autographed Angels memorabilia. Call Green Cow today at 855-355-5900 for your free estimate. That's 855-355-5900. Stay safe at home with Green Cow.
What makes beer taste good? The simple answer is the ingredients. And Budweiser is the king of sourcing the finest.
Brewed with the best barley malt, a blend of premium hop varieties, fresh rice and filtered water, resulting in a medium-bodied, flavorful, refreshing American-style lager. Grab a bud at your nearest store or through your favorite delivery app.
And experience the iconic taste of Budweiser.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
Your Rancho Cucamonga Quakes are back, and you're listening to Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
The Quakes aren't really living on a prayer today. Derek Clark has answered them for this coaching staff. 6-2 Rancho as we head to the top of the 9th. Here's Hayden Alvarez to lead it off. Manuel Olivares fires, and he runs a curveball inside on him, 1-0. Following him, Angelo Marquez and Kendry Maduro for the final at-bats in regulation in Game 1. Olivares picks up the sign from O'Dowd. Here's his 1-0. Alvarez hits a slow roller to short. Holiday charges, throw to first, barely in time. Ethan Holiday has been a vacuum at shortstop today. Doesn't matter where it's hit to him or how hard, he's found a way to throw everybody out. The glove has been his calling card today. Nobody on, one down. Here's Angelo Marquez. The Fresno infield shifts him to the right side, expecting pull. Olivares in his windup. Marquez looks at a curveball that bounces into O'Dowd, 1-0. 6-2 Rancho Cucamonga. They're without a run today. All 6 came yesterday before the game's suspension. Olivares looks in, the 1-0. Marquez checks his swing on a low changeup. Appeal to first, he went around. As we speak, though, the Quakes have their bullpen active. Fulton Lockhart is getting loose over there in a non-save situation. Olivares rocks and deals. Curveball finds the outside corner, 1-2 to Marquez. He entered with a 6-4 lead on Wednesday and picked up the first out pretty quickly, but Fresno rallied for 3 in the inning, and he ended up taking the loss. The 1-2 to Marquez. Fastball inside, he has to lean out of the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the second baseman. So Lockhart will take over in a lower leverage situation this time around with a chance to lock down at least a series split. Olivares back to work. Here's his 2-2. Marquez waits on a curveball and fouls it back behind home plate. Derek Clark has to be seen as Rancho Cucamonga's MVP today. 6 1/3 one-run relief innings after Trey Gregory Alford was pulled due to rain yesterday. Olivares is next 2-2. Marquez checks his swing and fouls it over the protective netting behind home plate. Well, it could have been a tough day for this Rancho Cucamonga bullpen. Needing to cover 14 innings and 1 out has become significantly easier, and they only need to use 1 relief arm in Game 1. Another 2-2. Marquez takes a fastball belt high inside, 3-2. If Marquez can reach, he'd give the heart of the order a base runner to work with. The payoff. Marquez drives it high in the air, deep to right. Bernard back to the track. He looks up. Goodbye. Angelo Marquez puts one onto the berm. A solo shot gives the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes a 5-run lead again. He's dabbing on his way to home plate. 7-2 Quakes. Marquez's power surge continues. He has been hitting the seams off the ball to start the year. Olivares has to regroup against Kendry Maduro in the meantime. The pitch to him. Fastball low and away, 1-0. Rancho's run total increases to 7, but this is their first run of the day, though. The 1-0. Maduro grounds it foul of third. Manager Dave Stapleton has to slide out of the way over there, 1-1. Olivares picks up his sign. He rocks and fires. Maduro rolls over on it to third. Siriaco plays it on the foul line, but home plate umpire Anthony Artini calls it a foul ball. Would have been a tough play for Siriaco to make, especially given Maduro's plus speed. But he's spared the thought of a throwing error. 1-2 to the batter, Maduro. Olivares deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Maduro went after the outside fastball. And Olivares bounces back after the big fly. 2 outs in the top of the 9th. It's up to Lucas Ramirez to continue the inning. Olivares looks in. He delivers. Ramirez chases the low changeup, strike 1. 7-2 Rancho Cucamonga. They have their first run since the second inning concluded yesterday thanks to Angelo Marquez's solo blast. The 0-1. Curveball away to Ramirez, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramirez is no stranger to home runs. He has 1 this year. But Marquez has 4. That leads the team. Olivares' delivery. Ramirez takes a curveball on the low outside corner, 1-2. Well, not only does that now give Fulton Lockhart a bigger cushion to work with, but it also extends Rancho Cucamonga's home run streak to 11 games. The 1-2. Ground ball to first. Thatch can't get to it before it rolls foul. We'll do up in the bottom of the inning for Fresno. They have the heart of the order, needing to erase a 5-run deficit. Ethan Holiday, Tanner Thatch, and Derek Bernard. Olivares is equipped with a new pearl. His next 1-2. Ramirez takes off the plate away, and he shows off a big league eye to do so, 2-2. Olivares holds the glove at the belt as he selects his pitch. The 2-2. Ramirez looks at a breaking ball in the same spot, and it yields the same result. A couple of tough takes on back-to-back pitches. He's ahead 3-2. If he were to reach, Slate Alford would be next. Olivares back to work. Here's his payoff. Ramirez pops it up behind the pitcher's mound. Holiday calls off the entire infield and snags it. Olivares wins the battle, but perhaps not the war. Angelo Marquez takes him deep, and the Quakes have a 5-run lead to protect, with Fulton Lockhart taking the mound in the bottom of the 9th. 7-2 Rancho Cucamonga on the Quakes Radio Network.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
No matter where you are in the world, the Quakes are always just a click away. Tune in live on the iHeartRadio app or the TuneIn Radio app. Just search RC Quakes Baseball. You can also catch the action on the Valley Live app as well as the Minor League Baseball app. If you're heading to Morongo Field for a game, bring your FM radio and dial into 91.3 FM for live play-by-play with Ryan Zimmerman. Whether you're in Rancho, up late on the East Coast, or cheering us on from around the globe, we appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for listening, and go Quakes.
You're locked into the Quakes Radio Network, the home of your 3-time league champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
A Morongo pitching change brings us to the bottom of the 9th at Chukchansi Park. Derek Clark makes way after a stellar 6 1/3 inning relief outing under interesting circumstances. And Fulton Lockhart is on to get the final 3 outs, taking on Ethan Holiday, Tanner Thatch, and Derek Bernard to get him. 7-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network as Rancho can pick up win number 11 of the season before going for a doubleheader sweep immediately after, as well as their first series win away from home. Holiday is in. Lockhart's pitch. Fastball clips the outside edge. 0-1. Well, as for Derek Clark, he allowed just one run. That was on a Derek Bernard solo home run. One of 4 hits he allowed. The 0-1. Ground ball up the middle. Marquez shades to his right. Throw to first. 1 down. So far, so good for Fulton Lockhart. Looking to put Wednesday's loss in the rearview mirror. He's off to a good start. But to finish off Clark's line, didn't walk a batter, 5 strikeouts, and as long as the Grizzlies don't score 6 runs with 2 outs to play with, Clark would grab the win. Or check that, 5 runs with 2 outs to play with. That brings in the cleanup man, Tanner Thatch. Lockhart's delivery. Fastball right on the low outside corner, 0-1. 7-2 Rancho Cucamonga. Angelo Marquez's big fly in the top half of the inning gave them their first run of the day, as well as their 5th of insurance. The 0-1. Right on the outside edge. 0-2. Lockhart goes through the signs with Quintero. The 0-2 to Thatch. Big wave and a miss at a changeup, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Lockhart executes the plan of attack, and the Grizzlies are down to their final out. It's up to Derek Bernard to spark a rally. He would be the guy to do it for him. He's accounted for their lone run of the restart. Slate Alford moves in at third as Bernard comes up. The pitch to him. Fastball a little low to the right fielder, 1-0. 7-2 Rancho Cucamonga. They've got a shot to win their 3rd game in Fresno this week. Lockhart looks in, the 1-0. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-1. Lockhart looks locked in. Is 1-1 to Bernard. Slider low and in, brushes him back, 2-1. He's just been pounding the zone, something he struggled with on Wednesday. Of his 9 pitches of this outing, just 2 have been balls. The 2-1. Bernard chases the low slider, and Lockhart has the Grizzlies down to their final strike. Fulton's ready. Bernard chokes up. The break even to him. Slider on the inside edge, strike 3. Quakes win it. The 6-run second gave him a 5-run head start today. But the way Derek Clark pitched, it looked like no run support was necessary. The left-hander propels the Quakes to a Game 1 win. 7-2, your final on this Sunday afternoon. As the players head out of the dugout to the handshake line on the mound, we say goodbye for now. One last order of business before we take a short break. That's to crown your All-Star Kia All-Star of the game. And I really don't think there's any contest. It's Derek Clark. Today marked a much-needed bounce-back outing for the former West Virginia Mountaineer. And his longest outing as a professional also happens to be his first relief appearance as a professional, albeit under unique circumstances. Coming into what functioned as a start in today's restart, he goes 6 1/3 innings, allowing just 1 run on 4 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts, and he's a winner for the first time in his career. That ups his record to 1-2. The final line score in Game 1, the Quakes score 7 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They leave 6 men aboard. As for the Grizzlies, 2 runs on 7 hits, 3 errors. They left 3 on base. Derek Clark gets the win. He improves to 1-2 on the back of his first win as a pro. Brady Parker, in the meantime, suffers the loss. He drops to 1-2. Game 2 will begin in just about 30 minutes, so no post-game show immediately to follow. We will have one at the end of the second game, that a 7-inning contest that functions as the series finale at Chukchansi Park. We'll talk to you in about a half hour, but until then, you've got a win to celebrate. 7-2, the Quakes take game 1 of this Sunday doubleheader. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast because we know you like the final score. We'll be back in about a half hour for game 2. We'll talk to you then. This has been a production of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks for listening to today's broadcast of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. We once again thank the best fans in the California League and hope to see you very soon at Morongo Field. And go Quakes!
Sunday doubleheader. As both teams get ready to play game 2, one important thing to note, this is a 7-inning game. Because yesterday started and the game that took place earlier today was a continuation from that, by rule, both teams had to play 9 innings, but because this is the second game of the day, this will be a 7-inning contest. And with that, the Grizzlies take the field, and we'll give you the starting lineups for today's second contest. First, for the visiting Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, Ángelo Marquez leads it off. He's at second base. Kevin Castillo is the center fielder in the 2-hole. Kendry Maduro bats third. He's at shortstop. Lucas Ramirez remains the cleanup man and the right fielder. Slate Alford plays third base. He bats fifth in the order. Gabriel Davalillo gets the game off from defense. The DH is in the 6th spot. Johnny McGill is left field in game 2, batting 7th. Jonathan Linares takes over behind the plate. The catcher moves into the 8th spot. And rounding out the lineup, that's the first baseman, Eliezer Rivero. On the mound, this will function more like a bullpen game in game 2, and with that, Yokelvin Reyes gets the start, and this is his first of the season to date. The left-hander at this point in the season is 2-0 with a 3.95 ERA. 0-for-1 in save opportunities, though. Through 13 2/3 innings, he's allowed 6 runs, all earned on 13 hits. 4 walks, 14 strikeouts with a whip of 1.24, and his batting average against 265. We'll give you the Fresno order when we come back for the bottom of the first. We'll just start off with their defensive alignment. Matt Klein is behind home plate, catching the game 2 starter Marcos Herrera. On the infield from left to right, Jeremy Siriaco, Ethan Holiday, Luis Mendez, and Tanner Thatch. And in the outfield from left to right, Kyle Fossum, Cam Nelson, and Derek Bernard, with Wilder Dalis, the designated hitter. Marquez digs in. Herrera is ready. He rocks and fires. Fastball off the plate away. Ball 1 gets us going at 3:05 p.m. Marquez is coming off a really good last at-bat around 30 minutes ago. He hit a home run over the right field wall. The 1-0. Fastball is on the outside edge this time. Herrera straightens it out 1-1. Well, Herrera's on the hill for the second time in this series. He's the first repeat starter the Quakes faced this year. Is 1-1. Marquez swats it foul behind home plate. 0-2. Herrera looks in at his catcher Klein. The 1-2 to Marquez. He fouls that one over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. Well, with that home run, Ángelo Marquez increases his team lead. That now stands at 4 bombs in 2026. Herrera's equipped with a new Pearl. From the windup, another 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He blows the fastball right by him, and a strikeout gets game 2 underway this afternoon. Nobody on, 1 out. Here comes Kevin Castillo. We're 1 batter in game 2. Rancho Cucamonga took game 1 by a score of 7-2, and that ensures at least a series split this week. Herrera's first toss. Castillo takes at the letters, strike 1. If they can win today, they would pull off their first doubleheader sweep, as well as their first series win away from Morongo Field this year. Herrera's 0-1. Castillo swings over top of a changeup. Quickly, he's behind 0-2. As for the Grizzlies, if the Quakes were to win, it would be their first series loss at home. Herrera covers his face with the glove. The 0-2 to Castillo. He flares it into left field. That drops in front of Fossum, base hit. Kevin Castillo gives the Quakes the game's first base runner. 1 on, 1 out for Kendry Maduro. Herrera tried to work him outside. Castillo was ready, he shortened up, and he took that ball where it was pitched. He's got speed over at first. He puts on his sliding mitt before taking his lead as Kendry Maduro gets into his stance. Herrera from the stretch. Maduro chases the low outside slider, 0-1. If the Quakes were to win this game, it would also keep up their streak of staying either tied or in first place alone throughout the year to this point. A look in, the 0-1. Maduro chases another outside breaker, 0-2. Klein got out of the crouch quickly to look Castillo back to first. The way things are trending, a win would have to keep them tied with Lake Elsinore. They're in the top of the 5th over there. The 0-2. Slider low and outside. This time Maduro holds back, 1-2. I didn't think we would see a 6-game series sweep of any kind this year, but that's how things are trending at Diamond Stadium of Lake Elsinore. The Storm are up 4-1 in the 5th. Herrera looks in. The 1-2 to Maduro. Caught on and missed, strike 3. He went right back to the slider in the other batter's box, and Maduro couldn't hold up. 2 strikeouts, sandwich a 1-out single. Kevin Castillo remains at first, 2 out for Lucas Ramirez. No runs just yet between the Quakes and Grizzlies in game 2 of this Sunday doubleheader. Herrera looks in. He offers. Change up in the dirt. Ramirez doesn't swing at it. 1-0. Well, Herrera had a tough go of things in game 1. Gave up an unearned run in the first inning thanks to the Ethan Holiday drop pop fly. Castillo takes off. The 1-0 is a pitch out. Klein's throw to second is not in time. Castillo dives around the Holiday tag. He's got a dejected look on his face, but that was a great slide from Castillo to keep this inning going. He's over at second with a 2-0 count to Ramirez. Perhaps the Quakes a single away from taking the lead in the top of the first. Herrera looks back at Castillo, the 2-0. Ramirez can't hold back on the outside heater. 97 on the gun, 2-1. Well, after that unearned run in the first on Tuesday, Herrera couldn't get out of the second. The Quakes got to him for 4 runs, and they ended up winning that game 5-4. Herrera's 2-1. Ramirez looks at a low fastball, 3-1. First base is open, so Herrera doesn't have to challenge the team's RBI leader, but it would create a good situation for Slate Alford to swing it. He's on deck. Herrera comes home. Ramirez grooves it into right field, base hit. Castillo around third, he gets the wave. Bernard's throw to the plate, one hops in, it's not in time. Castillo scores standing up. Ramirez opens the scoring in the top of the first. His single makes it 1-0 Rancho. Ramirez just seems to thrive in RBI situations. He got ahead of Herrera, forced him to challenge him with a middle fastball, and he did not miss it. The inning continues for Alford. Runner on first, 2 away for the Quakes. Herrera stays in the stretch. Alford checks his swing on an outside fastball. He didn't go. Well, Alford didn't have a hit in the continuation earlier today, but he did have 2 at-bats in the second inning yesterday, coming up with his hit in the first of those. 1-0. Check swing on a slider low and outside. Alford held up with plenty of time. He singled off Brady Parker and ended up scoring the first run of that game on Marlon Quintero's single. Herrera shakes out his jersey as he looks for a bounce back. The 2-0. A check swing results in a foul ball. 2-1. It just hit off of Klein's right shin pad, and a good thing it did. The way he reacted behind home plate, it looked like he wanted to backpick Ramirez at first. He extends his lead over there with Thatch holding him on. 2-1. Line shot into center field, base hit. Ramirez around second. He wants third. The throw from Nelson. One hops in, and Siriaco can't handle it. The ball makes its way behind home plate. Alford advances to second on the throw, and the Quakes have 2 in scoring position with 2 away and a chance to extend their early lead. Nelson fired a dart from center field, and if Siriaco played that cleanly, I think Ramirez would have been out, but instead it just deflected off the edge of his glove. And Gabriel Davalillo was right in the line of fire in the on-deck circle. He now stands in with a shot to add on. Alford takes his lead off second. Ramirez at third. Herrera comes home. Davalillo takes a slider on the high inside corner, strike 1. Well, thankfully for both Nelson and Siriaco's sake, no error on that last play. They say Alford advanced on the throw to third. Herrera waits the 0-1. Davalillo grounds it to short. Holiday charges, throw to first in time. That'll do it for the top of the first. The Quakes leave 2 in scoring position, but Lucas Ramirez puts them on top right away in game 2. 1-0 on his 2-out single. Yokelvin Reyes has a lead to protect when we come back on the Quakes Radio Network.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
Hey, baseball fans, Daniels Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Quakes and your family jewelers since 1948. Daniels is giving every fan a voucher for $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher today. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Redeem for diamond jewelry, gold chains or bracelets, and more at any of the 100 Daniels Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Before taking the mound, Yokelvin Reyes gets a run of support. Lucas Ramirez's 2-out single has the Quakes on top early. 1-0 as we head to the bottom of inning number 1 in this 7-inning contest, game 2 of the Sunday doubleheader. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth at Chuck Chansey Park. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network. as Clayton Gray stands in to get this game underway. The left fielder digs in to start things off against Reyes. Here we go. Home plate umpire Ryan Smith signals the restart of the pitch clock as the Quakes play defense for the first time in game 2. Alford creeps in at third. The pitch to Gray is fouled back to the backstop, 0-1. Gray leads it off. He's in left field today. Cam Nelson is in the 2-hole playing center field. Ethan Holiday, the shortstop, bats third with Tanner Thatch in the cleanup spot playing first base. Reyes sets up on the third base side of the rubber, the 0-1. Fastball's right at the knees, 0-2 to Gray. Derek Bernard patrols right field in the 5 spot. Matt Klein is behind home plate. The catcher slots in 6th. Jeremy Siriaco, the third baseman, is in the 7-hole. Reyes' pitch. Gray fouls it back into the sweets behind home plate. We'll try it again. To round out the lineup, Luis Mendez is the second baseman in the 8-hole, while the designated hitter, Kyle Fossum, rounds out the order. Reyes stares in at the sign. The pitch, slider low and outside, 1-2 on Gray. Both teams had to make a late lineup change, and thankfully that got to me right in the nick of time. And we can report as we see it in game 2. The 1-2. Slider in the other batter's box to Gray. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, as for Reyes, he has been the long man out of the pen from the left side, and he may just be asked to eat up innings in game 2. Gray chokes up on the bat slightly, the 2-2 to him. He goes the other way and fouls it beyond the Rancho Cucamonga bullpen onto the concourse. Derek Clark did his job in game 1. 6 1/3, 1-run innings in relief of Trey Gregory Alford, who started yesterday. Another 2-2. Gray looks at a slider low and away. He works the count full. And for manager Dave Stapleton, that gives him plenty of options to work with out of the pen. The only other reliever to throw in game 1 was Fulton Lockhart. Reyes' payoff pitch. Gray floats it into center field. Castillo ranges in. He can't get there in time. It's a base hit. It kicks off his glove, and right behind him, Gray's up to second. And the Grizzlies put their leadoff man in scoring position right away. We'll see if this is scored a single with an error or a double, but either way, Gray's got a lot of speed to burn at second, and you'd have to think anything to the outfield, and Fresno ties the score right away. That brings in Cam Nelson. Alford continues to play in at third in the meantime. Linares sets up outside. Here's the pitch. Nelson puts a bunt down in front of the mound. Reyes picks it up, throw to first in time. The sacrifice is successful. Gray advances to third, and with 1 out, the middle of the order has 2 chances to bring him in. The first of which is Ethan Holiday's. Well, the ruling is in. They gave Gray a double on that. That's his second of the year. Reyes looks in. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a miss on a sharp slider. Strike 1. Both teams had to shuffle their lineup around ahead of game 2, but Holiday remains a constant. The 0-1. He fouls it off the fists behind home plate, 0-2. 4th overall pick in last year's draft. I'm sure the Rockies want to see plenty of him at this level this season. The Quakes infield plays in with 2 strikes. Reyes takes a breath. His 0-2 to Holiday. Fastball gets away from Linares, but it also hit off the home plate umpire, Ryan Smith, and the ball dies right behind home plate. That pitch missed up and into Holiday, but The Quakes will gladly take the results. Reyes still has plenty to work with. Infield stays in with a 1-2 count. Reyes fires. Slider foul tipped into the glove, strike 3. Reyes needs just 4 pitches to set Holiday down, and the infield can play back with 2 outs for the first baseman, Tanner Thatch. 1-0 Rancho Cucamonga thanks to Lucas Ramirez's 2-out RBI single in the top half of this inning. Gray leads off of third. Reyes delivers. Thatch checks his swing on an E-high fastball, 0-1. Well, right away, Reyes is being asked to walk the tightrope. His defense gave him a tough draw to get his day started with that misplay in center field. But he's managed it well to this point. The 0-1. Thatch grounds it to first. Rivero knocks it down and takes it to the bag himself for out number 3. The leadoff double does no damage for Fresno. Yokelvin Reyes retires 3 straight to keep the lead intact through 1. 1-0 Rancho Cucamonga on the Quakes Radio Network.
Drinking and driving, what's your excuse?
I know when I've had too much. I'm careful.
We designate a driver. He just drinks less.
If the room doesn't spin when I stand up, I'm good.
I was eating the whole time I was drinking.
I didn't drink that much.
Had to drive home. I need my car for work.
I'm a big guy. I can drink more and drive.
I live 5 minutes from here.
No excuses. Designate a sober driver.
A message from the California Highway Patrol.
Your Quakes are giving away 2 different bobbleheads in 2026, and the first will be something never seen before here in Rancho, the first ever Sugar Skull bobblehead. Be here on Friday, May 8th for Hispanic Heritage Night, where the first 1,500 fans will take home this incredibly unique bobblehead. Tickets are available online now at rcquakes.com.
We care about families, we care about seniors, and we care about our community. National Core, one of the nation's most respected nonprofit community builders, is located right here in Rancho Cucamonga. In partnership with the Hope Through Housing Foundation, National Core is dedicated to improving the lives of children, families, and seniors. Together, we are providing much-needed housing and supportive services, transforming the lives of our residents, and creating strong, vibrant communities. To learn more or to donate, please visit nationalcore.org.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
The bottom of the Rancho order will look to keep things rolling against Marcos Herrera in the top of the second. Johnny McGill, Jonathan Linares, and Eliezer Rivero will look to add on with the Quakes leading 1-0. Herrera winds and fires. McGill watches an outside fastball, 1-0. McGill's starting to see the ball really well towards the back half of this series. Had a bit of a lull after his 3-hit day on Wednesday. The 1-0 to him. Fastball in the same spot, 2-0 to the left fielder. Across 2 days in game 1, he ended up 1 for 2, reaching 3 times on the benefit of 2 walks. Herrera's 2-0. McGill flies it down the line and left. Gray races towards the corner, backs up to the track, reaches up and hauls it in. That ball had some late carry, but Gray stays with it for out number 1. The bases remain empty, 1 down for Jonathan Linares. 1-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Nobody on, 1 out to start inning number 2 in this 7-inning affair. He's in from the left side against the righty Herrera. The pitch to him. An inside slider results in ball 1. Linares does have a home run in this series. He went deep in game 2 off of J.B. Middleton. The 1-0. Fastball low and away, 2-0 on Linares. That gave the Quakes a 4-1 lead at the time, and it also gave Linares home runs in back-to-back games after he sat out game 1. So this is his first at-bat against Herrera, in fact. The pitch. Herrera goes after a low changeup. 2 balls and a strike. He also tied the team lead in home runs with that swing, although Angelo Marquez has opened it up ever since. The infield plays him to pull off to the right side. The 2-1 from Herrera. Fastball low and away. Linares pulls in front, 3-1. These Quakes have been swinging the bats well for power. In fact, they've now homered in 11 straight games thanks to Marquez's 9th inning bomb to keep that streak alive. The 3-1. Low and in with the slider, ball 4. Linares is on with the 1-out free pass. And Eliezer Rivero gets to hit behind a runner. Herrera has to go back to the stretch in a similar fashion to the first inning. He allowed a 1-out single to Kevin Castillo. Now he deals with a 1-out base runner in the form of Linares. His pitch, Rivero whiffs at an outside slider, 0-1. We'll see if the Quakes can cash that in like they did an inning prior. 1-0, they lead it thanks to the Lucas Ramirez single. The 0-1. Rivero goes after another outside bender, 0-2. Klein had to slide behind the left-handed batter's box to save the wild pitch, and Linares remains at first. Rivero moves the hands up on the handle. Herrera fires the 0-2. Slider low and away. Klein had to turn the glove to the backhand to keep it in front of him. Rivero's last appearance in this series came back on Thursday when he actually pinch hit for Linares in the top of the 8th. This is his first AB since then. The 1-2. Called, strike 3. Linares didn't like that one bit. He hopped up after home plate umpire Ryan Smith rang him up, and I think he may have a case. Klein framed it well, so Herrera bounces back and picks up the strikeout. Back to the top of the order in Angelo Marquez. Herrera's pitch. Slider away to the left-handed hitter, 1-0. Marquez to this point 0 for 1 in game 2 with a strikeout. But he's batting with a 1-0 lead. Jonathan Linares takes a few steps off first with 2 away in the top of the second. 1-0. Marquez keeps the hands back on a low slider, says first base umpire Anthony Artini to him. Marquez hasn't just hit home runs. He also owns 5 doubles and 1 triple. 2-0. Marquez flies this ball to right center field. Nelson gives chase towards the track. It one-hops off the wall. Linares around third. He gets the wave. The throw to the plate is cut off. Angelo Marquez comes through again. A 2-out double scores Linares from first to make it 2-0 Quakes. Marquez has been an absolute nuisance for Fresno pitching to deal with. And even in 2-out situations, he's a threat to do damage. The Simpsons theme song plays as Kevin Castillo digs back in. He can keep things going in the right direction for the Quakes. Marquez has a big lead off second. Herrera takes a look at him before firing, and a slider low and away begins Castillo's second at-bat. He's 1 for 1, also responsible for Rancho Cucamonga's first run in game 2. He came around to score on the Ramirez single. A look back towards Marquez, the 1-0. Castillo checks his swing on an outside fastball. Home plate umpire Ryan Smith says he went around 1-1. 1 run in each of the first 2 innings gives the Quakes a nice platform to work with early on in this 7-inning contest. Holiday plays behind Marquez at second ahead of the 1-1. A changeup bounces in decline. He knocks it in front of home plate with his chest protector, no advance. And again, the Quakes turned to their would-be Sunday starter Derek Clark in game 1, and he gave them 6 1/3 outstanding innings. ahead of the 2-1. Pitching coach Jeff Brown emerges from the Fresno dugout. Matt Klein and the entire Grizzlies infield will join him around Herrera. Fulton Lockhart was their lone reliever, and he didn't need too much effort to go 1-2-3 in the ninth. In fact, he only threw 10 pitches. He will not throw in game 2. I don't want to make it sound like he will, but it also lightens the load off the bullpen, and they just have 6 more innings to cover today. The mound visit comes to a close. Everyone's back to their spots on the diamond. The 2-1. Low and away with the breaking ball. Castillo is in the driver's seat, 3-1. And as I mentioned, Reyes is a guy, even though he hasn't started in quite some time, that can give you plenty of length out of the bullpen. And that's the reason he draws the start in game 2. The 3-1. Castillo looks at a backdoor slider and the count goes full. Well, that and he does it from the left side. And the Grizzlies have just 2 right-handed hitters in their lineup, Jeremy Siriaco and Kyle Fossum. A look back towards the base runner. Herrera's payoff pitch. Marquez takes off, fastball outside, throw to third. It's in and out of Siriaco's glove into foul ground. The ball rolls into the Rancho Cucamonga dugout, and Marquez scores. Marquez got a late jump. A good throw from Klein would have had him dead to rights, but instead it's an error that brings Marquez around from second, and Castillo will take his place out there. What could have been a disaster for the Quakes turns into run number 3 of the day, and Castillo is in scoring position for Kendry Maduro. Herrera looks back at him, his first toss. Curveball at the knees has Maduro looking at strike 1. The Quakes have scored 3 runs early on in game 2, and they've all come with 2 outs. Castillo takes his lead off second. Herrera's 0-1. Maduro floats it down the line in right. Thatch and Bernard both take a look, but this one lands into the second to last row of seats. Herrera is a pitch away from bringing the top of the second to a close. Herrera waits. Now he fires. Maduro lifts this into center field. Nelson takes a couple steps back in front of the track. He hauls it in. The Quakes put up a pair against Marcos Herrera in the top of the second, and Yokelvin Reyes pitches with a bigger cushion in the bottom half. We're on to the bottom of the second at Chukchansi Park. 3-0 Rancho on the Quakes Radio Network.
Inland Empire Stages, Tours, and Transportation has been a family-owned and operated business since 1983, proudly serving the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes as their exclusive charter bus provider for more than 30 seasons. As the top charter bus company in the greater California region, we're your best bet for getting your group to any special occasion or outing in style. With our skilled professional drivers and decades of experience, we make your travel experience smooth and hassle-free. Call us today at 909-466-4191 for a quote or to book your next charter bus adventure, or visit us online at iesbuses.com.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
Your Rancho Cucamonga Quakes are back, and you're listening to Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
The Quakes scored just 1 run since the restart in game 1, but they've tripled that in game 2. All 3 of their tallies have come with 2 outs through the first 2 trips to the plate. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Yokelvin Reyes has more of a buffer to take on 5, 6, and 7 in the order. Derek Bernard, Matt Klein, and Jeremy Siriaco. Bernard digs in, a lefty-on-lefty matchup, gets this bottom of the second started. Reyes plants on the third base side of the rubber. Here's his pitch. Bernard whiffs on a drag bunt attempt, 0-1. Well, Bernard didn't have to think too much about this in the continuation of Saturday's game. He drew a walk in his first time facing Trey Gregory Alford to move his early season on base streak up to 20. The 0-1. Bernard fists it foul behind home plate. Reyes quickly pulls ahead of him, 0-2. But today he'll have much fewer chances to do that, only playing 7 innings. Reyes looks in, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bernard goes leaning over the plate at that breaking ball, and Reyes retires him on 3 tosses. The bases stay empty, 1 out for Matt Klein. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Yokelvin Reyes is now retired 4 straight. The pitch decline. Fastball right at the knees, strike 1. His day got off to an ominous start when Clayton Gray doubled off him in the bottom of the first on a Kevin Castillo misplay in center field. The 0-1. Klein grounds it to short. Maduro makes a sliding stop throw to first, gets him in plenty of time. Nice play. Maduro handled the in-between hop cleanly on his backhand, and he quickly popped up to his feet to fire a bullet over to Rivero at first. 2 up, 2 down on 5 pitches for Yokelvin Reyes to open the second. That brings in Jeremy Siriaco. Linares flashes the glove at the knees. Here's the pitch. Fastball rises above the letters, 1-0. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, all 3 with 2 outs. 4 hits to tell you about to this point as well. Reyes is 1-0. A fastball brushes Siriaco back, 2-0. As for the Grizzlies, Gray's double is their lone hit. They stranded him at third in the bottom of the first. The 2-0. Siriaco rolls over on it to second. Alford knocks it down. Throw across the diamond is just in time. Alford didn't handle it cleanly, but it kicked right to his throwing hand, and he was quick to pick it up and fire a dart to first to finish off the inning. Yokelvin Reyes continues to deal, and he makes a 3-0 lead stand up through 2. Off to the middle frames at Chuckchansey Park. 3-0 Quakes on the Quakes Radio Network.
What makes beer taste good? The simple answer is the ingredients. And Budweiser is the king of sourcing the finest.
Brewed with the best barley malt, a blend of premium hop varieties, fresh rice and filtered water, resulting in a medium-bodied, flavorful, refreshing American-style lager. Grab a bud at your nearest store or through your favorite delivery app.
And experience the iconic taste of Budweiser.
Marquez waits at third, the 1-1. Alvarez drills this deep to left. All Bravo can do is watch. This one is way out of here. Hayden Alvarez, how about that? A 2-out Hank has the Quakes on the board.
Quakes Baseball is brought to you in part by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, All-Star Kia, Healthy RC, Onward, Family RV, Green Cow, Budweiser, San Antonio Regional Hospital, Millennium Systems, Inland Empire Stages, The Kindred Corporation, Bally's, National Corps, Daniels Jewelers, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and Banner Bank.
Lucas Ramirez stands in to face Marcos Herrera as we open the middle innings at Chuckchansey Park. 3-0 Quakes in the top of the third as the infield plays Ramirez to shift. Herrera's delivery. Fastball up and away, 1-0. This is a 7-inning contest. having finished out a 9-inning game right before this, which the Quakes won 7-2. Herrera's 1-0. Ramirez can't hold his swing back on a low outside fastball, 1-1. And in a game like this, a 3-run lead in a 7-inning game feels more like a 5-run lead in a 9-inning game at this point. The 1-1. Ramirez dribbles one to first. Thatch plays it along the foul line and takes it to the bag himself. Herrera opens the third by getting Ramirez out. Nobody on, one down for Slate Alford. Well, that's been a common theme in the early stages for Herrera. He's retired the leadoff man in every inning to this point, but the Quakes have rallied in 2 outs against him in each of their first 2 trips. Herrera whips it home. Alford checks his swing on a bouncing slider, appeal to first. Anthony Artini out there says no swing. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. The bases are empty with 1 out in the top of the third and Alford up in the 5-hole. Herrera fires. Slider splits the plate, 1-1. Alford to this point 1 for 1. He hit a solid single up the middle in his first AB. The 1-1 on its way. Front door curveball misses the mark. Klein thought he coaxed the call enough. In fact, he delayed his throw back to the mound, expecting the strike call, but instead, it's 2-1. Herrera's none too pleased with the decision either. He just slammed the rosin bag down. He covers the glove with his face, the 2-1 to Alford. Ground ball foul of second, or rather foul of third, excuse me. That evens the count, 2-2. Herrera readjusts his cap as the PA system plays the Mortal Kombat sound effect. Safe to say they're thinking about a strikeout. The break-even toss. Ground ball to the left side. Siriaco handles it on 2 hops. Sidearms across the diamond, and it's in time. Herrera looks to be rebounding for the Grizzlies at the right time. He set down 3 straight, and the only player separating him from a perfect third is Gabriel Davalillo. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Nobody on, 2 out in the top of the third as the DH heads up to hit for his second turn. Herrera's delivery. Big cut and a miss at a low outside slider, 0-1. Well, Davalillo is a highly ranked prospect in the Angels organization. 5th in the rankings that MLB Pipeline put out. The 0-1. Slider a little too tall, 1-1. Well, Davalillo comes into this season with a big family pedigree. And if he makes the majors, it might just be because it's a family business. A 1-1. Curveball a little low to Davalillo. Klein wanted that call, but he doesn't get it, 2-1. His grandfather, Vic, is the most successful ball player in his family to this point. Cesar Galvez is barking at home plate umpire Ryan Smith from the top step. He just gave him the hand gesture to calm down. 2-1. Davalillo swings out of his shoes at a tight slider, 2-2. Well, Grandpa Vic played 17 years in the majors, a World Series champion twice in 1971 and 73 with the A's. 2-2. Fastball kicks away from Klein in the other batter's box. An easy take on a non-competitive pitch, 3-2. He was also a Gold Glover in 1964 and an All-Star in 1965. But he's far from the only member of Davalillo's family to play professionally. His dad, uncle, and brother also did. The payoff pitch. Davalillo chases in the dirt, strike 3. Well, Marcos Herrera retires the side in order, but his Grizzlies still have a mountain to climb. 3-0 through 2.5 at Chuck Chansey Park on the Quakes Radio Network.
Need a printing company that gets results for your business? The Kindred Corporation has you covered. With over 40 years of experience right here in Rancho Cucamonga, we are the printing and promotions experts you can count on. From creative design and precision proofing to high-quality printing, finishing, and direct mailing, we do it all. Visit kindredcorp.com to see how we can take your business to the next level. The Kindred Corporation, proud printing partner of the Quakes.
All-Star Kia San Bernardino invites you to check out the amazing lineup of Kia sedans, SUVs, and crossovers, including the all-new Carnival and the award-winning Telluride. Conveniently located just off the 215 in San Bernardino, All-Star Kia San Bernardino is here to provide you with the top-notch sales and service you've come to expect. Plus, our state-of-the-art service center and parts department are ready to keep your vehicle running smoothly. Proud to be #1 in sales in the Inland Empire for 15 years in a row. AllStarKia.net for more information.
Did you know that each Californian throws away an average of 4.5 pounds of trash each day? That adds up to 30 million tons of trash in a single year. You can do your part to reduce the amount of trash going into the landfill by recycling. Finding out where to recycle your bottles and cans is just a phone call away. Call 1-800-RECYCLE for a recycling center near you, or log on to earth911.com. For additional information about improving the environment, visit healthyrc.com.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Yokelvin Reyes toes the slab to start off Luis Mendez in the bottom of the third. The lefty's delivery. Mendez breaks his bat on a chopper to first. Rivero slides to stop it, dives to first. He beats Mendez to the bag. He had to change directions on a dime. He hopped to his feet after his slide, and his glove gets to first before Mendez's right foot. Rivero flashes the leather one pitch into the third as Reyes picks up the first out. That keeps the bases empty for the designated hitter, Kyle Fossum. Reyes sets his first pitch. Change up right at the knees. Fossum takes strike one. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second have him up on the Grizzlies, looking for the doubleheader sweep along with a series win. Reyes is 0-1. Fisted ground ball the second. Marquez gloves it on a hop. Throw to first, no problem. 2 away. Reyes continues to pitch economically. 2 outs on 3 pitches after needing just 8 tosses to get through the second. Nobody on, 2 away. It's back to the top of the order in the left fielder, Clayton Gray. Alford shades towards the middle of the diamond from third base. Reyes' delivery. Gray goes after the low outside slider, 0-1. Well, for Reyes, this is his first start of the season and his first start as a Quake, but it's far from his first start as a pro. The 0-1. Fastball rises above the letters, 1-1. He did have 6 starts all of last year. The entirety of that coming in the Arizona Complex League. He also started 1 game in the Dominican Summer League back in 2021 as a 17-year-old. 1-1. Curveball low to Gray, 2 balls and a strike. So he has pitched in this scenario before, he just hasn't done it at the single-A level. He did earn a late call-up to Inland Empire last year where he made 7 bullpen appearances. The 2-1. Gray fouls it off the home plate umpire, Anthony Artini, into the backstop, 2-2. But if he can give the Quakes some length here, perhaps he'll be back in a starting spot before long in his first full season of full season baseball. The 2-2. Curveball low and away. Gray's not tempted. Full count. If Gray can find his way on, Cam Nelson would be next. Reyes' payoff pitch. Gray rolls it towards first. Rivero charges and gloves it in foul ground. After needing just 3 pitches to get through the first 2 outs of the inning, Reyes has needed 6 so far against Gray as the Rancho Cucamonga bullpen activates. Reyes locks eyes with Linares, another 3-2. Gray watches out of the zone, ball 4. Gray's aboard for the second time in game 2. He follows up his leadoff double in the first with a walk, and that forces Yokelvin into the stretch against Cam Nelson. The Quakes have a righty getting loose down the left field line. That looks to be Jacob Guardado. Gray takes his lead as Rivero holds him at first. Reyes fires to Nelson. Fastball right at the knees, strike 1. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Reyes has been rock solid in his first start of the season. To this point, he's only allowed 2 base runners, and both of them have been Clayton Gray. The 0-1. Nelson swings out of his shoes at a high heater, and the helmet dislodges slightly, 0-2. Still no ABs to this point in game 2. Nelson laid down a successful sacrifice in the first that moved Clayton Gray to third base. The 0-2. Curveball in and out of Linares' glove. It's a called strike 3. Linares fires over to first, and the strikeout finishes off the inning. There was a little confusion about that. Because Linares dropped the baseball, nobody thought that was a strike. And with 2 outs, the dropped third strike was in effect. Linares heads up, finishes the inning, and that keeps the Quakes up 3 in interesting fashion. 3-0 Rancho as we head to the top of the 4th on the Quakes Radio Network.
Sick of dealing with computer issues at your business? Millennium Systems is here to help. Proud partner of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, we've been providing affordable, certified network configuration and support for nearly 30 years to businesses across Southern California. Call Millennium Systems today at 909-931-3171 for a free evaluation, or visit us at mil-sys.com. We'll make sure your business runs smoothly so your data, your network, and your way of business is never threatened.
The 2026 season is here, and we're ready to introduce you to all the exciting changes at the newly named Morongo Field. Want to be a Quakes MVP? Grab your season tickets or a mini plan today, and you'll receive an exclusive free Quakes jersey to celebrate your fandom. Head over to rcquakes.com and join the MVP squad. We can't wait to see you back at Morongo Field in 2026. Go Quakes!
I've given the order, and you have no choice. The Force is coming to Morongo Field on Saturday, May 9th. Thanks to San Antonio Regional Hospital, fans will witness Star Wars Night with your favorite Star Wars characters on hand for photos and a post-game fireworks spectacular. Join me and learn the power of the dark side on Saturday, May 9th. Tickets are available at rcquakes.com.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Austin Eminer takes over on the hill as the Grizzlies make the first pitching change of game 2. And his task is the bottom of the order, starting with the 7-hole hitting Johnny McGill. The first pitch of his outing is fouled back behind home plate, 0-1. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, all 3 with 2 outs. Have Rancho sitting pretty in the middle frames. The 0-1. Fastball misses low and outside. Hold on. Hopefully umpire Ryan Smith just called that a strike, 0-2. Just got to look at that on the monitor. It looked like it missed the zone by about a baseball and a half. The 0-2. Fastball off the plate away, ball 1. It's a long day. I don't mean to be like that to umpires. It's a miss he's entitled to. The 1-2 to McGill. Fastball sails over the other batter's box, and from 0-2 down, McGill evens the count 2-2. To this point, 0 for 1. His only other at-bat in game 2 was a deep fly out to left. Eminer's break-even toss. McGill swats it foul off the fists, just shy of the sweets down the left field line. Well, Eminer is on the hill for the second time in the series, and like Herrera, it's his first outing since Tuesday. The 2-2 again. Slider inside on McGill, and that runs the count full. He did exactly what he had to do. Kept the Quakes scoreless in his time on the bump. Payoff pitch. McGill floats it into left field. Gray charges, but he can't get there in time. It one hops into his glove, base hit. McGill goes the other way. And he becomes a leadoff base runner for the Quakes, their first in the second game of this twin bill. Well, in his last outing, Eminer went 3 1/3 scoreless and hitless innings. The only base runner he allowed was on a walk. He also struck out 4 in a no decision. The Quakes ended up winning that game 5-4. Eminer to the stretch against Jonathan Linares. He checks his swing on a slider that caught a lot of the plate, strike 1. Linares drew a walk from the left side against the starter Herrera, but now facing a southpaw, he flips over to the right side. McGill's got a healthy lead at first as Thatch holds him there, the 0-1. Linares ropes it into left. Gray takes a few steps in and makes the catch shoulder high. Linares just hit that ball too flush. Gave Gray enough time to get there, and he is the first out of the inning. McGill remains at first, 1 out for Eliezer Rivero. Eminer remains in the stretch to take on the Rancho first baseman. McGill's on the move. First pitch is grounded to the left side. Siriaco plays the in-between hop, throw to first in time, 2 down. It goes as a productive out, though. McGill scurries to second, and the Quakes have a runner in scoring position for the leadoff man, Angelo Marquez. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. They have a runner in scoring position, 2 down in the top of the 4th. And the leadoff man can add to his RBI total. He had a double that scored Linares back in the 2nd. McGill takes a big lead at second, and that forces Eminer to step off. Well, if the Quakes are going to supplement their middle inning lead, they're going to have to follow the trend. All of their first 3 runs have come across with 2 outs. The pitch to Marquez. A check swing elicits a foul ball, and it nearly rolls down the steps of the third base dugout. 0-1 on the red-hot leadoff man. He hit a homer to cap off game 1 of the day and followed that up with his 6th double of the year. That ties Lucas Ramirez for the team lead. The 0-1. Marquez foul tips a curveball into Klein's glove behind home plate, 0-2. The fans start to hit the Ric Flair as they cheer Eminer out of this jam, perhaps. The lefty sets at the chest, takes a look at McGill, the 0-2. Check swing on a bouncing slider. Klein applies the tag, appeal to the base umpire. Anthony Artini says no swing. Just some proactivity from Klein. You have to do your due diligence and at least go through the process. Still an RBI chance for Marquez with Holiday holding McGill at second. The 1-2. Marquez goes the other way and flips it down the line and left. Siriaco gives chase, but this lands out of play. Over down that foul line, Jacob Guardado continues to get loose. We'll see if Yokelvin Reyes starts out the inning, though. He's 3 deep today. Another 1-2. Marquez fights it off, foul behind home plate. It's been a banner day for the Rancho Cucamonga bullpen. They've now worked 10 1/3 innings combined with game 1, and they've allowed just 1 run. That was a Derek Bernard solo homer in the continuation of Saturday's game. Eminer's next 1-2. Marquez watches a fastball off the outside edge, 2-2. McGill looks like he's ready to run. His secondary lead took him about 20 feet off of second, so anything to the outfield with his speed should put the Quakes up 4. Eminer nods to his catcher Klein, the 2-2. Marquez pops it into foul ground behind home plate. Klein and Eminer chase after it, but this lands a few rows deep in the seats. bearded fan holding an alcoholic beverage comes away with a baseball, and he hands it to a kid. I don't know why the fans are booing. He did what you're supposed to do. I think he's trying to tell them that was to give to a kid. I think the message has been received. Another 2-2 home. Marquez misses the outside slider, strike 3. Austin Eminer tiptoes out of trouble in the top of the 4th, and he keeps Fresno's deficit at 3. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Off to the bottom of the 4th next on the Quakes Radio Network.
Green Cow Construction covers all your bases. From residential and commercial roofing to solar services and complete exterior solutions, we will strike out those high energy bills. Whether you need paint, patios, windows, or air conditioning, they are your relief pitcher. They're locally owned and operated and committed to quality you can trust. Look for their program ad where if you see a golden sticker, you will win autographed Angels memorabilia. Call Green Cow today at 855-355-5900 for your free estimate. That's 855-355-5900. Stay safe at home with Green Cow.
Celebrate the history of America's pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that shape and change the game and our country. And relive the careers of legends who have earned the greatest honor in sports. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Family RV, where family fun begins. Proudly family owned and operated and voted #1, your go-to local RV dealer. Family RV is conveniently located in Ontario, just off the 10 and 15 freeways. Step into our massive indoor showroom packed with both new and pre-owned RVs featuring top brands like Crossroads, Cruiser, Forest River, and Heartland. Come on down and see it all in person or explore our virtual showroom at FamilyRVUSA.com. And don't miss out on our special Family RV Family Feast nights with the Quakes at Lone Mart Field on select evenings.
Thanks for your support of Quakes Baseball and for listening to tonight's broadcast on the Quakes Radio Network.
As expected, the Quakes make a Morongo pitching change to take us to the bottom of the 4th. Yokelvin Reyes' day is done after 3 shutout innings, and it's up to Jacob Guardado to face the heart of the Fresno order. His first pitch to Ethan Holiday gets a fly ball out to left. McGill camps underneath, no problem for him. It's a can of corn. 1 pitch, 1 out to get Guardado's day going. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 11 defensive outs separate them from a doubleheader sweep, along with a series win. And if they were to get it, it will be their first away from home in 2026. The bases are clear, 1 out for Tanner Thatch, the pitch. Fastball is right there at the knees, 0-1. Well, to close the book on Reyes officially, no runs on 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, and he lowers his ERA to 3.24 in 36 pitches. The 0-1, Thatch chops it to first. Rivero plays it on the foul line, and as he gloves it, the base umpire over there, Anthony Artini, rules it foul. So instead of a 3 and assisted for out number 2, the count moves to 0-2. Well, if the Quakes were to win this, the win would not belong to Reyes himself. The 0-2 to Thatch. An excuse me swing at a high fastball gets him, strike 3. Guardado's firing darts out of the pen. 4 pitches lead to 2 outs. And he's nearly through the heart of the order without a scrape. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. In steps Derek Bernard with 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. Guardado in his motion. Here's the pitch. Bernard fouls it to the backstop, 0-1. Oh, the numbers on Guardado this year paint a couple different pictures. No record with a 14.21 ERA in his first 7 outings. The 0-1. Change up in the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. That being said, he does tie for the team lead in saves. He and Nicolo Pinazzi each have 2. The 1-1 to Bernard. Fastball high and outside, 2-1. He did blow the save on Wednesday, although I think that was incorrectly charged to him instead of Fulton Lockhart, who did ultimately suffer the loss. The 2-1. Bernard looks at a fastball a touch below the knees, 3-1. Through 6 1/3 prior innings, he's allowed 10 runs, all earned on 11 hits, 2 of them homers, 5 walks, 8 strikeouts for the former Pacific Tiger. His 3-1 to Bernard. The curveball is foul to the first base coach's box. Good hands from Gary Templeton, the second over there, the first base coach. 3-2 on Bernard. Linares sets up outside, the payoff pitch. Bernard looks at a fastball low, ball 4. He flips his bat before shedding his gear, and he touches first base for the 21st consecutive game to open the season. And he's been aboard every game against the Quakes. That sounds like an obvious statement. Guardado will have to go to the stretch against Matt Klein. Here he comes. Fastball in to the Fresno catcher, 1-0. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 4th. Guardado turns his back to the base runner ahead of the 1-0. Klein checks his swing on a fastball that finds the top of the zone, 1-1. This has been Guardado's bugaboo to this point in the year. Getting the first 2 outs hasn't been a problem, but he's had some trouble finding the third. The 1-1. Klein grounds it to second. Marquez takes it in the outfield grass. Throw to first in time. No problem for Guardado there. Just a 2-out walk, but no damage against him. And he keeps the Rancho Cucamonga lead at 3. 3-0 as we go to the top of the 5th. Quakes will look to add on to what's been an impressive showing offensively to this point on the Quakes Radio Network.
Hey fans, catch the excitement of minor league baseball with the Bally Sports Live app. Watch your favorite team or scout the top prospects. Every game live all season long.
Strike 3! You're out!
Plus, stream the Savannah Bananas and emerging fight sports to keep the action going. Best of all, it's totally free. No credit card required. Download the Bally Sports Live app today on your phone or connected device.
Our next Family RV Family Feast Night is coming up on Friday, May 1st. You can enjoy $2 hot dogs with $1 Pepsi products and ice cream sandwiches. Enjoy affordable family entertainment with Family Feast Night on Friday, May 1st. Get your tickets online now at rcquakes.com.
Every business has a story. Maybe you're just getting started. Maybe you're expanding. Maybe you're ready for a fresh start with a bank that truly cares about your business. We're Banner Bank, and we want your business to succeed, to stay competitive, to get to the next level. And we have a long history of helping businesses just like yours. Visit bannerbank.com to find a local branch. Banner Bank. Better ideas, better banking. Member FDIC.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
The Quakes have pitched a beauty to this point in Game 2 of the Twin Bill, and their 2-out offense has led them to a 3-0 lead. 2, 3, and 4 are set to face Austin Eminer in the top of the 5th. Here comes Kevin Castillo. A lefty-on-lefty matchup gets the frame going. Eminer's delivery. He gets a swing and a miss on a 90-mile-an-hour heater, 0-1. Eminer, to this point in the series, has been so tough for the Quakes to face from the left side. The 0-1. Castillo swings over top of a sharp breaking ball, 0-2. He had the 3 1/3 scoreless innings on Tuesday, and he's followed that up with another good inning to start today. The 0-2. Fastball runs up and in on Castillo. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eminer waits for the sign. The kick and the toss. Castillo fouls it to the backstop. Still a ball and 2 strikes to the Rancho center field. He's putting up a battle as the first man of the inning, just trying to do something against Eminer. Another 1-2. Castillo takes above the letters, 2-2. The bullpen has been the big bugaboo for the Quakes offense in this series. They just haven't gotten much against them. The break even. Castillo swings through a curveball, strike 3. Eminer's got 2 straight strikeouts dating back to last inning, and he's set down 4 straight. Case in point, the twin bill today serves as a perfect example of that. Nobody on, 1 out for Kendry Maduro. Eminer rocks and deals. Fastball off the plate away, 1-0. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. All 3 runs have come with 2 outs against the starter Marcos Herrera. 5 hits to their tally as well, while only giving up 1 themselves. Eminer's 1-0. Maduro can't hold back on the high fastball, 1-1. Well, in game 1, 6 of their 7 runs came against the starter Brady Parker, although only 3 were earned. The 1-1. Curveball high and wide, 2 balls and a strike on the shortstop. Eminer kicks and deals. A slider brushes Maduro back. 3-1. Eminer locks eyes with his catcher Klein. The 3-1 on the way. Swing and a miss on a healthy heater. 90 miles an hour on the gun, 3-2. Eminer back in his windup, the payoff pitch. Maduro pops it off the fists into shallow right field. Thatch back, as is Mendez. The second baseman takes it, 2 outs. The Quakes still don't have an answer for Austin Eminer. Make that now 5 scoreless innings in this series. And with the Grizzlies trailing 3-0, they need as many as they can get out of the former ETSU arm. First pitch to Lucas Ramirez. Fastball right down Main Street, 0-1. 3-0 Quakes. 1 run on a Ramirez single in the first inning. 2 more on a Marquez double and an E5 in the second. 0-1. Ground ball heads to the railing of the Fresno dugout. 0-2. The Quakes do, though, have the Grizzlies down to their final 9 outs today in search of a doubleheader sweep. The 0-2. Ramirez keeps the bat back on a filthy curveball away, 1-2. Missed their first doubleheader of the year, and fingers crossed the last, but at least it starts off a good trend. The 1-2. Curveball on the outside edge, strike 3. Austin Eminer continues to roll. 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts in the top of the 5th. But the Quakes are still shutting Fresno out. 3-0 on to the bottom half of the inning on the Quakes Radio Network.
When it comes to the Wi-Fi in your home, are you in control? Customize your Wi-Fi with the Onward Experience. Don't waste time waiting for shows to buffer. With Onward Experience, you can prioritize streaming devices so you can get back to spending quality time with the family. Learn more about what the Onward Experience can do for you at getonward.com. Now serving businesses and residents in Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, and Culver City. Get connected, get faster, get Onward.
Have you stopped by the all-new Quakes team store at Morongo Field? We have new logos and new colors on more than 10 styles of new era hats. From the latest Quakes and Chaquetas caps, we've got something for everyone, including brand new shirts, blankets, and 2026 Quakes gear. Can't make it to the ballpark? Head over to the Quakes online teen store at rcquakes.com and score your favorite new era caps and all new Quakes gear anytime.
Attention baseball fans, get ready to score big with Daniels Jewelers and G-Shock watches. Whether you're cheering from the stands or catching every play, we've got the winning combination for you. Visit Daniels Jewelers today and discover the rugged durability of G-Shock watches. perfect for every adventure on and off the field. From tough to timeless, Daniels Jewelers has the style that fits your game. Don't strike out. Swing by Daniels Jewelers and experience the power of G-Shock watches. Home run deals await you. Daniels Jewelers and G-Shock watches. We're champion shop. Visit us online or in store near you.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Rancho is rolling through 4.5 innings at Chuchansey Park. Jacob Guardado's first pitch to Jeremy Siriaco results in a fly ball to shallow center. Castillo calls for it, and he pulls it down. Jacob Guardado's through an inning and a third scoreless. The Quakes lead the Grizzlies 3-0 in the bottom of the fifth. The bases remain empty for the second baseman, Luis Mendez. Guardado nods to the catcher, Linares. From the windup, he comes home. Mendez looks at a fastball over the middle, 0-1. We'll see how long Guardado can go today, but as long as he keeps his pitch count down, the Quakes will leave him in there. The 0-1. Mendez pulls back on a bunt attempt, and Guardado pumps in another fastball for strike 2. To this point in the season, his longest outing is an inning and 2/3. That was against San Jose back on the 16th. The 0-2. Mendez rolls it foul up the first baseline. One more pitch and he matches that on a day where the Quakes sorely need him to. They've now used 4 arms on the day. The 0-2. Mendez flips it foul into the Rancho Cucamonga dugout. Derek Clark got it going in game 1, followed by Fulton Lockhart. Another 0-2. Mendez reaches the bat head out and fouls a fastball behind home plate. That's all it took in relief of Trey Gregory Alford following that game suspension. Another 0-2 to Mendez. Curveball is grounded foul of first, and it rolls towards the bullpen protector in right field. And in game 2, Yokelvin Reyes got him started with 3 scoreless frames on just 36 pitches. That matches a season-long outing. Another 0-2. Mendez takes just below the knees, ball 1. In an ideal world, Guardado gets through this inning, but the Quakes do have an arm getting loose. The 1-2 home. Mendez fouls it off just to the right of the Rancho dugout. They've got a righty getting loose out there, but he's not throwing at full capacity. Another 1-2. Mendez rolls it to third. Alford plays it on 2 hops. Throw to first. No, he's safe. It looked from up here like the throw beat Mendez by a half step, but first base umpire Anthony Artini had other ideas. What looked like a routine 5-3 ground out turns into an infield single, and that's just Fresno's second hit today. Guardado will have to turn to the stretch against Kyle Fossum. A couple of Grizzlies fans cheer him on as he makes his way into the right-handed batter's box. A rare righty-on-righty matchup as Guardado locks eyes with Linares. Here's his pitch. Fastball is at the knees, strike 1. Guardado looked to have won the battle with Mendez, and based purely on the contact, he did. But now he has to deal with the speed over at first base from the Fresno second baseman. Linares sets up inside, the 0-1 to Fossum. He fouls it over the on-deck batter, Clayton Gray, and into the upper deck behind home plate, and a fan wearing a camo jacket sprints up the steps after it. Feels like an ideal day to come away with a souvenir. It's been a smaller crowd for this Sunday twin bill. The 0-2. Fossum rolls it foul up the third baseline, and a couple of Rancho Cucamonga pitchers lean over the dugout to knock it down. Looked like Marlon Quintero, still wearing his shin pads, by the way, was the closest to get a hand to it. Guardado sets at the chest. Another 0-2 to Fossum. He fouls a curveball into the other batter's box. We'll try it again. Fossum himself has an interesting story. He's from the state of Washington, Bellevue to be specific, which is a suburb of Seattle. And he started his college career at UW, playing 3 seasons there before transferring to Youngstown State. The runner goes, another 0-2, swing and a miss, throw down to second. Linares nails Mendez, a strike him out, throw him out, double play, ends the inning. A perfect operation from the pitcher, catcher, and second baseman do the job. And the Quakes finish off their 5th scoreless inning. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 2 to play in game 2. Top of the 6th is next on the Quakes Radio Network.
Our final bobblehead giveaway of the year is definitely a throwback, as we're proud to honor former Quake and Angel Jared Weaver. Coming up on Friday, June 26th, 1,500 fans will take home a bobblehead featuring one of the greatest former Quakes ever, flamethrower and former Angel Jared Weaver. Get your tickets online now at rcquakes.com.
Step into the sweet life in 2026. Whether you're strengthening business connections or just enjoying a ball game with friends, Quakes Suites at Morongo Field offer the perfect upscale setting to impress your guests. All suites on the Onward Suite level come fully furnished with awesome amenities like air conditioning and cable TV. Full suites include 15 tickets and 4 preferred parking passes, while half suites offer 6 tickets and 2 preferred parking passes. Get all the details on the Onward Suite level at rcquakes.com.
When you're looking for refreshing beer, look no further than the king of beers. Since 1876, Budweiser has been the American gold standard for a light lager, brewed with the best barley malt and a blend of premium hop varieties for a crisp and flavorful taste in every sip. So if you're looking for a fresh-tasting beer with a smooth finish, grab a Bud today.
You're listening to the future of Los Angeles Angels baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Slate Alford stands in to start off the 6th against the new Fresno arm. Zach Harris has taken over on the bump, and his first pitch is a fastball low and in, 1-0. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. All the scoring has come in the first 2 innings, while Yokelvin Reyes and Jacob Guardado have held down the fort on the mound. Harris is 1-0. Front door slider finds the mark, 1-1. So after this Georgia on Georgia matchup opens the frame, Gabriel Davalillo and Johnny McGill are scheduled to face the new right-hander afterward. Harris is 1-1. Alford chases the slider low and outside, 1-2. That officially closes the book as well as the series on Austin Eminer. Just like on Tuesday, he was unhittable. No runs on 1 hit, no walks, 3 strikeouts in 2 relief innings following the starter, Marcos Herrera. Harris waits, is 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Alford couldn't hold back on the high inside 4-seamer. 1 up, 1 down for Harris. The bases remain empty, 1 out for Gabriel Davalillo. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga finds themselves 6 defensive outs away from a doubleheader sweep and a series win at Chukchansi Park. Harris's toss. Davalillo checks his swing on a fastball that's in there for a strike. Well, on the season, Harris, an 11th round pick in last year's draft, has been fantastic. The 0-1. A slider drops to the low outside corner, 0-2. This is his first full season of professional baseball after 3 appearances at the end of last year. Through 6 games, a 2.08 ERA in 8 2/3 prior innings. The 0-2. Davalillo looks at a slider just high, ball 1. He's allowed just 2 runs, all earned on 6 hits, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts, with a batting average against of 194, as well as a 104 whip. His 1-2 on the way. Davalillo grounds it to short. Holiday dives. He can't get a glove to it. It's into left field. Davalillo picks up a 1-out knock. and that forces Harris to face Johnny McGill from the stretch. This is Harris's second appearance of the series. And after 2 innings of 1 hit ball on Tuesday, the Quakes equal their hit total against the 6'1", 181 right-hander in just 2 batters. In steps Johnny McGill. Harris fires. Slider low to the UBC product, 1-0. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second. Have the Quakes up 3. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga with 1 on, 1 out in the top of the 6th. Harris offers. Another slider, another miss low, 2-0. McGill is having himself a good day. He went 1 for 2 to finish off game 1, roping a single off of Riley Kelly and also stealing a base. The 2-0. McGill chases the low breaking ball, 2-1. And in game 2 of this twin bill, 1 for 2 with a sharp opposite field single that greeted Austin Eminer. Davalillo has a short lead off first. Harris offers the 2-1. Off the plate away with a changeup, 3-1. The Quakes haven't had multiple base runners in an inning since the top of the 2nd, but they can break that streak if McGill can find a way aboard against Harris. It's 3-1. McGill chops it foul to the Fresno dugout up the first base line. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the Quakes left fielder. Harris glances over at Davalillo as he rolls through the signs with Klein. The payoff to McGill. That's line towards second. Mendez can't handle it. It's through, base hit. Davalillo's content to hold that second. McGill helps the Quakes put another runner on against the new right-hander. Back-to-back singles have men aboard at first and second. 1 out for Jonathan Linares back in from the left side. A couple of solid singles greet Zach Harris into the game. And the Quakes have their best shot at an insurance run since McGill's last hit. Harris takes a look at the lead runner, his first toss to Linares. An excuse me swing on a slider low, ball gets away. Davalillo strays off second, the throw back there hangs him out to dry. That ball kicked off the home plate umpire Ryan Smith. And Davalillo didn't have a great look at it. It just held right behind home plate, and Klein let go a bullet to catch Davalillo off the bag. McGill holds at first, 2 outs in the top of the 6th, and an 0-1 count to Linares. Harris still in the stretch. McGill takes off, swing and a miss, throw to second, that bounces in, and McGill slides in safely. Holiday puts the tag on him, but McGill puts his foot back down on second after initially popping off the bag. McGill has his first steal of game 2, but his second steal of this doubleheader. The infield now shifts fully to the right against Linares. Harris's delivery. Slider low. Klein lost sight of the baseball for a moment, but picks it back up right behind home plate. McGill wisely stays at second. 2 balls and a strike on Linares. 2 away in the top of the 6th following the pickoff of Davalillo and McGill's steal. As for McGill, that's his 8th swipe of the season, and he's just 1 off of Hayden Alvarez's team lead. The count is changed. It's 1-2 against Linares. The home plate umpire just signaled that to the press box. Here's the 1-2. Curveball bounces in, decline. It bounces in front of home plate. McGill gets a good read, and he reaches third without a throw. McGill had a great view of that bounce from second base, and he was decisive on his jump. He just took off for third, and Klein had no play on him. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on Linares. Harris turns back to his windup, the break even. Curveball just a touch low. Getting another look at that on the monitor. I think that pitch might have been middle, but instead Linares catches a break. It's ball 3 and the inning continues. Klein had taken a couple steps towards the Fresno dugout before turning back and seeing no sign from Ryan Smith. Harris's payoff pitch. Low and outside, ball 4. The Bluebirds will start raining down in a moment. Linares takes his base. The Quakes have men on the corners, 2 down for Eliezer Rivero. Linares picks up his second base on balls of game 2. Harris has to regroup after he may feel like he got wronged. McGill remains at third as Rivero steps up. Harris turns back to the stretch. Rivero dribbles it out in front of home plate. The pitcher, Harris, takes it, throw to first, nearly pulls Thatch off the bag, but his left foot stays on and the side is retired. The Quakes leave runners on the corners and they can't pad what has become a late inning lead. We're through 5.5 of 7 at Chukchansi Park in game 2 of this doubleheader. It's Quakes 3, Grizzlies nothing on the Quakes Radio Network.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Sick of dealing with computer issues at your business? Millennium Systems is here to help. Proud partner of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, we've been providing affordable, certified network configuration and support for nearly 30 years to businesses across Southern California. Call Millennium Systems today at 909-931-3171 for a free evaluation or visit us at mil-sys.com. We'll make sure your business runs smoothly so your data, your network, and your way of business is never threatened.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
We care about families, we care about seniors, and we care about our community. National Corps, one of the nation's most respected nonprofit community builders, is located right here in Rancho Cucamonga. In partnership with the Hope Through Housing Foundation, National Corps is dedicated to improving the lives of children, families, and seniors. Together, we are providing much-needed housing and supportive services, transforming the lives of our residents, and creating strong, vibrant communities. To learn more or to donate, please visit nationalcorps.org.
Jacob Guardado's day is done after 2 scoreless frames, and the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes make another Morongo pitching change in the bottom of the 6th. Brian Vergara takes over, and he may be asked to go the rest of the way. 1, 2, and 3 open his outing. Clayton Gray, Cam Nelson, and Ethan Holiday. Before Gray sees a pitch, manager Cesar Galvez wants to talk to home plate umpire Ryan Smith about something. While they converse, Gray heads back to the on-deck circle to grab some grip spray. He takes a few practice cuts in foul ground up the first base line, and Vergara will toss a few more warm-up pitches. Well, this may just be a bounce-back outing for Jacob Guardado. Through 2 innings, he allowed no runs on 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. The conversation was about a pitch clock violation. That goes against Clayton Gray, and the count goes to 0-1. The pitch, Gray flies it into left center field. McGill has a beat on it, and he's got it. So the at-bat officially goes 2 pitches. Vergara only needs to throw 1, and he sets Gray down for the first time today. Well, the Quakes have used their long reliever from the left side already in Yokelvin Reyes. Now they turn to the one from the right. First pitch to Cam Nelson is a fastball at the knees, 0-1. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. They're 5 outs away from a doubleheader sweep alongside a series victory at Chuckchansey Park. The 0-1 check swing on a low fastball, appeal to first. Anthony Artini says Nelson held up. And they've needed every bit of the pitching they've had today. The 1-1. Nelson's helmet comes off as he lumberjack hacks at a high fastball, 1-2. Vergara's right back to work. The kick and the toss. Nelson watches a slider bounce into Linares, 2-2. I didn't think I would ever see this in single A, but the Lake Elsinore Storm have just completed a 6-game sweep of the Visalia Rawhide. Vergara's 2-2. Nelson chases the outside slider, strike 3. His helmet nearly came off that time, but his hair keeps it on. 2 up, 2 down to start Vergara's day. He may be asked to finish this one off, and if he goes the distance, he would pick up his first save of the season. Not an easy task, though, granted who he's going to face. Here's Ethan Holiday. The pitch to him. Fastball high and outside, 1-0. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. Nobody on, 2 out in the bottom of the 6th. Vergara turns and deals. Fastball runs inside, and that didn't miss Holiday by much. He barely shimmied out of the flight path, and he lives to see another day. That looked targeted for the hip, but of course, didn't look like Vergara meant to do that by any means. 2-0. Fastball inside, Linares is able to glove that one, 3-0. Well, to this point in the season, Vergara leads the team in wins. He's 3-0 with a 1.98 ERA in 5 prior appearances, 13 2/3 innings. It's 3-0. Holiday takes the whole way at a knee-high strike, 3-1. He's allowed 4 runs, 3 earned on 11 hits, 2 home runs, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts. It's 3-1. Holiday foul tips a slider off the catcher Linares, 3-2. And he has been this team's long reliever from the right side. His shortest outing this year is 2 1/3 frames. His payoff pitch. Holiday grooves it down the line and right. It stays fair and rolls into the corner. Ramirez picks it up off the ricochet. Holiday rounds second. He wants a triple. The throw into third never comes. Holiday slides in safely. Ethan Holiday legs out the 3-bagger. And down to their final 4 outs. The Grizzlies' offense shows a sign of life. That's just their 3rd hit of the game, although 2 of them have been for extra bases. Vergara will need to bounce back against the cleanup man, Tanner Thatch, as the tying run moves into the on-deck circle. Vergara goes through the signs with Linares. He comes home. Thatch pops it up, foul of third. Linares gives it a look, as does Alford. This one's in the seats. Well, a consequence of Lake Elsinore sweeping Visalia is that they have overtaken the Quakes for first place in the South Division, and they'll need a doubleheader sweep over Fresno today to pull even. Vergara waits. Is 0-1. Thatch hits one on a line, but that's ticketed for the left field concourse. 0-2. So they'll need to win this series just to stay on top of the division alongside the Padres affiliate. A deep breath, the 0-2. Chopper towards the left side of the infield. Alford charges, throw to first in time. The 2-out triple does not come around to hurt the Quakes. Vergara posts a 0 in his first inning, and the shutout bid remains intact. 3-0 Quakes as we head to the final inning of the doubleheader at Chuckchansey Park. Top of the 7th is next on the Quakes Radio Network.
No matter where you are in the world, the Quakes are always just a click away. Tune in live on the iHeartRadio app or the TuneIn Radio app. Just search RC Quakes Baseball. You can also catch the action on the Bally Live app as well as the Minor League Baseball app.
If you're heading to Morongo Field for a game, bring your FM radio and dial into 91.3 FM for live play-by-play with Ryan Zimmerman. Whether you're in Rancho, up late on the East Coast, or cheering us on from around the globe, we appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for listening, and go Quakes.
2-1. Quintero blasts this ball deep to left. Bravo on the chase at the track. He looks up. It's long gone. Marlon Quintero feeds the trees, and the solo shot has the Quakes on the board.
Quakes Baseball is brought to you in part by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, All-Star Kia, Healthy RC, Onward, Family RV, Green Cow, Budweiser, San Antonio Regional Hospital, Millennium Systems, Inland Empire Stages, The Kindred Corporation, Bally's, National Corps, Daniels Jewelers, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and Banner Bank. Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Zach Harris is back out on the hill to open the final inning. The Quakes' hope of this twin bill at Chansey Park. 3-0 there on top. Angelo Marquez, Kevin Castillo, and Kendry Maduro will bat. Harris's first pitch is a fastball below the knees, 1-0. These are the right guys due up to pad the lead. 3-0 Quakes. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, all 3 with 2 outs. Harris is 1-0. Marquez fouls it past the first base coach, Deoner Navarro, and he chases down the loose baseball, 1-1. Marquez is responsible for 1 of 2 RBI hits for the Quakes today. He launched a double to the center field wall. That scored Jonathan Linares. 1-1. Curveball misses low. Klein has to pick it out of the dirt behind home plate, 2-1. Since then, nothing. Marcos Herrera fired a 0 in the third, his first scoreless inning against the Quakes in his second appearance. 2-1. Fastball inside on Marquez, 3 balls and a strike. Austin Eminer followed it up with 2 scoreless frames in relief, and Harris has tossed 1 of his own. His 3-1 home. Fastball misses outside, ball 4. Angelo Marquez works the leadoff walk, and he's aboard for the second time in game 2. He's not the biggest threat to run, but he does have a stolen base today, and that led to the 3rd run. Harris heads back to work against Kevin Castillo. He throws over to first base, and Marquez dives in safely. Castillo has had himself a bounce-back performance. Came into today's twin bill with just 1 hit in the series, and he's matched that in game 2. He shows bunt, pulls back on a fastball outside, back pick to first. Marquez slides in ahead of the Thatch tag. You don't see that too often. Normally you see headlong dives when retreating to a base, but Marquez elected to slide, and it works out. He inches further off first base. The 1-0. Fastball bounces into Klein. He gloves it cleanly and looks Marquez back to first. 2 balls and no strikes to Castillo. 1 for 2 in this one, singled and scored in the first. Before the next toss, out comes pitching coach Jeff Brown to talk things over with Harris. The catcher Klein, as well as the Grizzlies infield, join in on the conversation, and I think that gives a natural point to look at the Cal League scoreboard. 5 games on the docket for today. 4 of them are complete, and this is the 5th. One of them was the continuation of yesterday's game, but the one of interest to Quakes fans is the one I've mentioned a couple of times at Diamond Stadium of Lake Elsinore. The meeting on the mound concludes and play resumes. Harris waits. The 2-0. Fastball finds the outside edge, 2-1. Lake Elsinore took down the Visalia Rawhide by a score of 5-2, and that finishes off a 6-game sweep. They join the Quakes as the only other team in the Cal League to sweep a series this season. Runner goes 2-1, slider misses low and in, Klein's throw to second, bounces into Holiday, and Marquez slides around the tag. That draws a few groans from the Fresno fans. Perhaps they thought Marquez popped off the base and Holiday kept the glove on him, but nothing doing, says base umpire Anthony Artini. Marquez has his second steal of the day, and Castillo works with a 3-1 count. Marquez now takes a sizable lead at second with Holiday playing right behind him. Harris glances over the 3-1. Castillo checks his swing, but it's a full strike on the fastball, 3-2. Elsewhere at Excite Ballpark, the Ontario Tower Buzzers just doubled up the San Jose Giants 18-9. Harris peeks at Marquez, the 3-2. Castillo taps it foul behind home plate. San Jose won each of the first 3 games of that series, but Ontario battled back, winning 3 straight to earn a split at Excite Ballpark. And that's quite an impressive feat against the top team in the Cal League record-wise. Harris back to the rubber. Marquez dances off second, another 3-2. Castillo spoils that as well. That rockets into the suites behind home plate. To close out the day's action, the Stockton Ports edge out the Inland Empire 66ers at San Manuel Stadium, 3-1 the final. And to this point, they're the only team in the South Division to lose a game today. 3-0 across the board with a chance at 4-0. Another 3-2. Fastball low and in, ball 4. Castillo draws his second walk. He's aboard for the 3rd time. And Zach Harris has just issued back-to-back walks to open the 7th. The Quakes have a golden opportunity to push this one out of reach. And they've got 3 chances to cash in the 2 free passes. Angelo Marquez leads off second. Kevin Castillo does so while adjusting his sliding mitt at first. Here's Kendry Maduro. Harris looks back at the lead runner and comes home. Front door curveball hits its spot, 0-1. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second. Quakes have 3 on 7 hits. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Grizzlies in game 2. Harris eyes Marquez. He deals to Maduro. Check swing on a fastball in. And home plate umpire Ryan Smith wants to talk this one over with base umpire Anthony Artini. All they need to do is glance at each other to call this a foul ball rather than a hit by pitch. Nothing in 2 on Maduro as Harris eyes what would be a big first out in the inning. There is activity in the Fresno bullpen in the meantime as well. The 0-2. Low and in with the fastball, 1-2. Manager Cesar Galvez has a righty warming up out there. Meanwhile, Rancho Cucamonga's bullpen is silent. The bottom of the 7th belongs to Brian Vergara. Harris eyes the target. The 1-2 to Maduro. He fights off an inside cutter and fouls it to the Fresno dugout. Trying to figure out who that is in the in the right field bullpen. I believe that's Yansel Correa. He might just be used in case of emergency here for the Grizzlies. Another 1-2. Slider inside. Maduro doesn't bite, 2-2. Well, Correa to this point in the series, he is the only Fresno reliever to throw just 1 inning. The rest have gone multiple frames. Long look to Marquez, the 2-2. Maduro chops it to third. Siriaco waits back on it. Throw to second for 1. No throw to first. That ball was hit way too soft to think about an around the horn double play. But the Grizzlies will eliminate Castillo at second on a 5-4 fielder's choice. Marquez scurries to third. Maduro's at first, one out for the cleanup man, Lucas Ramirez. Before he stands in, out comes manager Cesar Galvez, and they will make the move to the bullpen. Zach Harris departs after an inning and a third, and Yancel Correa will be tasked with finishing off the top of the seventh. The Quakes are threatening to add on. 3-0, they're on top. Runners stand on the corners with one away when we come back on the Quakes Radio Network.
What makes beer taste good? The simple answer is the ingredients. And Budweiser is the king of sourcing the finest.
Brewed with the best barley malt, a blend of premium hop varieties, fresh rice and filtered water, resulting in a medium-bodied, flavorful, refreshing American-style lager. Grab a bud at your nearest store or through your favorite delivery app.
And experience the iconic taste of Budweiser.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
Correa takes over on the hill for the Grizzlies, with Fresno's shot at a win quickly fading away. 3-0 Rancho Cucamonga. They've got runners on the corners with one out in the top of the seventh. Angelo Marquez stands at third. Kendry Maduro at first for the red-hot bat of Lucas Ramirez. He got the scoring started with 2 outs in the top of the first, and he can add to his RBI total on the day. Correa comes set from the first base side of the rubber. His first pitch. That runs high, 1-0. Harris's line is not yet finished. The right-hander is responsible for both runners on. The trail goes, the 1-0 slider in there for a strike. Klein pump fakes the throw to second, and Maduro slides in safely. The swipe takes away the opportunity for an inning-ending double play, and with that, the Grizzlies elect to play their infield in. The 1-1. Ramirez chases the outside fastball at 95, 1-2. Anything to the outfield should score 2, given Maduro's speed at second. Correa selects his pitch. The 1-2 to Ramirez. Ground ball to second, fielded by Mendez. The throw goes home, and Marquez dives around the Klein tag. Oh my goodness! What a slide from Angelo Marquez. He just baited Klein, and he scurries home for run number 4. On the play, Maduro moves up to third. The Quakes have runners on the corners once more, this time for Slate Alford. Give Ramirez credit for an RBI on the fielder's choice, and they still have a chance for more. In steps Slate Alford. He comes up empty on a first pitch fastball, 0-1. 4-0 Rancho Cucamonga. They've scored their first run since the top of the second when they plated 2, and they can match that. Correa's 0-1. Ramirez runs. Alford rips it down the line and left, and it rolls all the way to the wall. Maduro scores. Here comes Ramirez. There will be no throw to the plate. Slate drives in 2 with a 2-bagger. And the Quakes have doubled up their run total. 6-0 over the Grizzlies.
Designated hitter number 20, Gabriel Battaglia.
The Quakes offense is getting hot at the right time. 3 runs have come home in the top of the 7th, and they're showing no sign of slowing down. That brings in Gabriel Davalillo with a runner in scoring position. Correa's delivery. Davalillo chases a low slider, 0-1. With that, though, Zach Harris's line officially comes to rest. The Quakes put up 2 runs against him. The third is charged to Correa. He looks back at second. Correa's 0-1. Davalillo flies this deep to left. Gray camps underneath in front of the warning track, plays the wind and makes the catch. Alford stays at second after a strong throw. And there are 2 down in the top of the 7th. The RBI chance moves to Johnny McGill. Alford remains at second base following his 2 RBI two-bagger. 6-0 Rancho Cucamonga late on the final inning of this 7-inning affair. Correa fires. McGill looks at a fastball away, 1-0. Well, with that, the Quakes scored just 1 run in the continuation from game 1. That gave them 7 on that contest. Correa looks back at Alford, the 1-0. McGill drops to a knee as he misses the 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-1. And they have matched that run total, scoring at a run per inning pace in game 2. The 1-1. Fastball can't find the zone. 2 balls and a strike on McGill. He's been putting together good at-bat after good at-bat in game 2. He singled in each of his last 2 plate appearances, had a steal to supplement the second. The 2-1 to him. Chopper goes foul of first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two. McGill lifts that one out to center. Nelson locates the baseball in front of the track. He's got it. Correa finally figures the Quakes out in the top of the 7th, but not before 3 runs cross. 6-0 Rancho, 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep when we come back on the Quakes Radio Network.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slot machines and blackjack and big screen TVs from the front to the back. So just grab a seat at the sideline. You won't miss a play when you go, 'cause the good times are only right here at Morongo.
No matter where you are in the world, the Quakes are always just a click away. Tune in live on the iHeartRadio app or the TuneIn Radio app. Just search RC Quakes Baseball. You can also catch the action on the Bally Live app as well as the Minor League Baseball app. If you're heading to Morongo Field for a game, bring your FM radio and dial into 91.3 FM for live play-by-play with Ryan Zimmerman. Whether you're in Rancho, up late on the East Coast, or cheering us on from around the globe, we appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for listening, and go Quakes.
You're locked into the Quakes Radio Network, the home of your 3-time league champion Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
Brian Vergara is back on the bump with double the run support and 3 outs to get to secure both a doubleheader sweep and a series win. 6-0 Rancho Cucamonga as we head to the bottom of the 7th at Chukchansi Park. Derek Bernard, Matt Klein, and Jeremy Siriaco stand in the way of what would be the 2nd shutout win for the Quakes this year. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network on what's been an excellent day of baseball in the Central Valley. And right at the center of that is Ángelo Marquez. He accounted for Rancho Cucamonga's only run since the restart in Game 1. A ninth-inning solo homer to right that put the Quakes back up 5 in a 7-2 victory. And he has an RBI double and an outstanding slide today. The first pitch to Derek Bernard is a fastball low and in, 1-0. The 1-0, right at the knees, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bernard has already extended his on-base streak to 21 games with a 4th-inning walk. The 1-1 from Vergara. Bernard taps it foul up the first baseline, 1-2. Bernard's equipped with a new stance, the 1-2, ground ball up the middle. Marquez plays it to his right, throw to first, it's right on time. He's got the range at second base to make difficult plays look routine. He showed you that right there. Vergara is just 2 outs away from locking this one down. Nobody on, 1 out for Matt Klein. 6-0 Rancho Cucamonga. First pitch to Klein is a fastball outside, 1-0. Klein to this point 0 for 2, 2 groundouts on the ledger. The 1-0. Vergara fires him a fastball above the letters, 1-1. Well, what else is on the mind of Brian Vergara right now? This is still a save situation. His 2-0. Off to the outside edge with the changeup, 2-1. And what's funny is this is his shortest outing to date. The 2-1. Too high with the heater, 3-1. The longest he can go is 2 innings. And coming into today, his longest outing was 2 1/3. 3-1. Klein swings out of his shoes on a big cut. Chased the changeup below the knees, 3-2. But he can secure his first of the year, the 3-2. In the dirt, ball 4. Vergara allows his first walk of the day. Klein takes his base at first, 1 out for Jeremy Siriaco. At the start of this inning, that would have moved the tying run into the on-deck circle. But with the 3-run top of the 7th, it's just a blip on the radar. From the stretch, slider bounces into Siriaco, 1-0. 6-0 Rancho Cucamonga. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Vergara fires. Fastball inside on Siriaco, 2-0. Nothing doing in terms of offense today for the third baseman. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Corners play in, the 2-0. Fastball nearly hit him on the head. He spins out of the way with just enough time to spare, 3-0. Vergara resets with Linares, his 3-0. Siriaco takes the whole way as Vergara throws a get-me-over fastball, strike 1. Klein continues to lead off conservatively at first, the 3-1. Fastballs right at the knees, 3-2. Siriaco thought he had the free pass, took a couple steps towards first, but home plate umpire Ryan Smith halted his walk over. Vergara's ready once again. Here's the 3-2. Siriaco pops it up over the Fresno dugout, foul into the first base seats. Vergara takes his time as he selects his pitch. Another 3-2. Siriaco takes on the outside corner, strike 3. Vergara put that ball right where he wanted it. That sets Siriaco aside, and the Grizzlies are down to their final out. It's up to Luis Mendez to keep the comeback dream alive and avoid the doubleheader sweep. Vergara looks in. Here's the first pitch. Fastball into Mendez. He has to shift out of the way. 1-0. 6-0 Quakes lead the Grizzlies. If this result holds, Jacob Guardado would pick up his first pro win. 1-0. Mendez looks at an inside edge fastball, 1-1. And that's not the only accolade to tell you about. This would also be Brian Vergara's first single-A save. The 1-1. Low and in with the slider, 2 balls and a strike. Not the first of his pro career. He has picked one up at each of his first 2 levels of pro ball. He had 3 in 2024 in the Dominican Summer League. The 2-1. Mendez fouls it over the protected netting. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vergara also has one stateside. He picked it up last year in the Arizona Complex League en route to a championship, in fact. Quakes 1 strike away from a doubleheader sweep. The break even to Mendez. Fastball just a touch inside, ball 3. Linares thought this game was over, and perhaps if we were playing in AAA, he would have tapped his helmet. Matt Klein will be on the move with the pitch. He's off and running, the 3-2. Mendez fights it off foul into the third base dugout. Klein has to U-turn back to first, but he'll get the legs going once again in just a few moments. Vergara's back to the rubber. The runner goes 3-2. Mendez fouls that one off in almost an identical spot. Still 3-2 on Mendez as he continues to fight Vergara. All right, he's ready. Runner goes 3-2 once again. Mendez serves it down the line and left. It tails right into the Rancho bullpen. In case Vergara can't slam the door shut, they do have a righty getting loose. Another 3-2. Mendez pops it over the Rancho Cucamonga dugout. We'll try it again. Vergara goes through the signs once again with Linares. The runner takes off, another 3-2. Mendez pops it into the sweets up the third base line. Tell you what, Mendez is making sure the Grizzlies don't go down without a fight. This will be the 11th pitch of his battle with Vergara. Another 3-2. Cut on and miss, strike 3. Linares certainly thinks so. He shows the ball to home plate umpire Ryan Smith, and there's the call. Quakes win it. They blanked the Fresno Grizzlies in Game 2. A 6-0 final in 7 innings. And that finishes off a doubleheader split along with a series win. What a showing from the Quakes today. After the 6th spot on Saturday, it looked like their offense might be stuck in neutral after the rain shut them down. They went scoreless over the first 5 innings in Game 1 before Angelo Marquez's home run. And then in Game 2, they erupt for 7 to pick up the dub. And with that, they earn a 4-2 series win, and they maintain their tie for first place in the South Division of the California League. What an end to the series in Fresno. It's all smiles for the Quakes as they go through the handshake line with the coaches on their way back to the clubhouse. We'll send it to break, but still a lot to talk about when we return. The postgame show is coming up next You're listening to Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to today's Quakes game here on the Quakes Radio Network. Stay tuned for the Quakes postgame show. The Quakes postgame show is up next here on the Quakes Radio Network.
Need a printing company that gets results for your business? The Kindred Corporation has you covered. With over 40 years of experience right here in Rancho Cucamonga, we are the printing and promotions experts you can count on. From creative design and precision proofing to high-quality printing, finishing, and direct mailing, we do it all. Visit kindredcorp.com to see how we can take your business to the next level. The Kindred Corporation, proud printing partner of the Quakes.
San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for your health and happiness, for support and healing, here for compassion and courage, for strength and family, with a promise to be there always, providing the very best in healthcare. San Antonio Regional Hospital. Here for you, here for life.
Welcome back. It's time now for the Quakes postgame show featuring a recap of tonight's game, the All-Star Kia All-Star of the Game, a look around the baseball scoreboard, and a preview of the upcoming pitching matchup. Once again, here's Ryan Zimmerman.
This doubleheader certainly felt like it was worth a 14-inning marathon. The Quakes take Game 1, a continuation from Saturday's suspension, by a score of 7-2 before picking their second shutout win of the season up in Game 2, a 6-0 victory over the Grizzlies, which finishes off a series win. And that's not only their first 6-game series win of the season, it's also their first away from home, and they'll make the trip back down to Rancho Cucamonga tonight with a lot of momentum headed into the 12-game homestand that begins on Tuesday. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth at Chuck Chansey Park. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network as we break this one down, and it's double trouble. We'll tell you all about Game 1 and Game 2. We didn't have a post-game show after Game 1 with just 30 minutes separating us from first pitch in the second half of the twin bill, but we've got a little bit more time to break things down today with the bus not scheduled to leave for about another hour as the players pack their stuff up, load the two coaches, and hit the road. In Game 1, the Quakes scored 6 runs in the second inning off starter Brady Parker yesterday. Those came on two-run singles and one Lucas Ramirez single with an error attached, and that canceled out a Cam Nelson solo shot in the bottom of the first. And with 2 outs in the bottom of the second, the skies opened up and forced both the Quakes and Grizzlies back to the clubhouses, and the umpires decided to call the game right then and there. The two teams agreed to pick things up at 1:05 today, where they would continue from that they picked up from that point on Tuesday. before playing a 7-inning game 2. And certainly, even with the rain halting the Quakes offense in its tracks, it didn't slow down the pitching, and Derek Clark just shoved. In his first relief outing as a pro, the would-be starter on Sunday's series finale turned into the first man out of the pen in the continuation of Game 1, and he put together his finest outing of the season to date. 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball on 4 hits. The lone run he surrendered was a Derek Bernard solo home run. No walks, 5 strikeouts, and he earns the win in the process. That might make for a 4.5 bus ride home that he wishes would never end. I bet he'll replay that in his mind on the way back down to Rancho. The Quakes did get 1 run in the top of the 9th in that game. That was on the Ángelo Marquez solo homer, his 4th of the season, and that extended Rancho Cucamonga's home run streak to 11 games. Unfortunately, that did not carry over into Game 2, but when you score runs, it doesn't matter how you get them. Whether the ball goes over the fence or it stays in the yard, you take them how they come. The first 3 all came with 2 outs, 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Ramirez got the scoring started in Game 2 with a sharp single off of starter Marcos Herrera. That cashed in Kevin Castillo's 1-out single. And then just a frame later, Marquez lined a double to center field that brought Jonathan Linares around from first. And then on a stolen base, Jeremy Siriaco committed an error on a missed catch, and that allowed Marquez to complete his trip around the bases. The offense went quiet for the next 4 innings, but the Quakes got the outings they needed out of Yokelvin Reyes and Jacob Guardado to make it not matter. In his first start at the single-A level, Reyes did his job. 3 innings on just 36 pitches. He only allowed 1 run and 1 walk, striking out 3 before handing the ball over to Guardado. He went 2 innings, allowing just 1 hit and 1 walk himself, striking out 2 before Brian Vergara finished the job. Before he did, though, the Quakes put up 3 runs in the 7th, although this time they came with 1 out. With runners on the corners, Lucas Ramirez grounded a ball to second. Ángelo Marquez was going on contact for the plate, and the throw beat him there. But a miraculous slide saw him evade the catcher Matt Klein, and he touched home on the fielder's choice. The very next batter, Slate Alford, roped one to the wall in left, and that allowed both Ramirez and Maduro to score, closing out Rancho Cucamonga's offense on the day. Not counting the 6 runs they scored on Saturday, they combined for 7 in games 1 and 2, while only allowing 1 run. By the way, Vergara didn't work too hard in the bottom of the 7th, excuse me. He walked Klein, but that was the only base runner he allowed that inning. Stranded him at first base, and an 11-pitch strikeout of Luis Mendez ended the action, not just for the day, but for the series. And with that, Rancho Cucamonga sweeps the doubleheader, and they win the series. Not only is it their first 6-game series win, it's their first road series win. And as I mentioned, they're going to be all smiles on the way back to Morongo Field tonight. The final line score in Game 1. The Quakes score 7 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They left 6 men aboard. As for the Grizzlies, 2 runs on 7 hits, 3 errors. They left 3 men on base. Derek Clark secures his first professional win, boosting his record to 1-2, while Brady Parker takes the loss. We didn't see him today. The Grizzlies pulled him with the rain alongside Trey Gregory Alford. Parker drops to 1-2. The final time of that game, 2 hours and 6 minutes, accounting for the Saturday rain delay. As for Game 2, the Quakes score 6 runs on 8 hits, no errors. They left 7 men on. As for the Grizzlies, no runs on 3 hits, 1 error. They stranded 5 on the base paths. Yokelvin Reyes gets credit for the win. That pushes him up to 3-0. I'm not entirely sure how win versus loss versus saves work in 7-inning games, or rather, I should say only wins. In fact, I was right initially when I called it on the broadcast, and they just reassigned the win to Jacob Guardado, which is correct. And with that, Reyes can still take a shutout 3-inning start with him on the bus ride home, but for Jacob Guardado, that is his first pro win. The official scorers just made the change, and they got it right, and my suspicions were proven correct that even in a 7-inning game, you don't qualify for a win unless you throw 5 innings. So for those of you keeping track at home, that is why. As for the loss, no restrictions there. That falls to Marcos Herrera. That's his second of the series, and he falls to 0-4. Brian Vergara picks up the save. That's his first of the season, as well as his first in single A. The final time of Game 2, 2 hours and 4 minutes, in front of a crowd of 2,838. As the fans finish rounding the bases, we'll take it to break. But when we come back, the post-game show continues. We'll take a look around the California League scoreboard, as well as the Angels organizational scoreboard, give you an end-of-week standings update, and crown your All-Star Kia All-Star of Game 2. We'll refresh you on Game 1, but that has already become public knowledge. But we'll tell you all about the selection for Game 2 after this on the Quakes Radio Network.
Our next Family RV Family Feast Night is coming up on Friday, May 1st. You can enjoy $2 hot dogs with $1 Pepsi products and ice cream sandwiches. Enjoy affordable family entertainment with Family Feast Night on Friday, May 1st. Get your tickets online now at rcquakes.com.
This summer, we're going from minor league baseball to major fun. Whether you're just stopping by or looking for that Grand Slam getaway, Wyndham rewards everyone. Start earning points on your next qualified by Wyndham hotel stay and redeem them for minor league baseball tickets and experiences all summer long. Not a Wyndham Rewards member? Join for free at WyndhamRewards.com. Restrictions apply. Visit WyndhamRewards.com for more details.
Your home for future Angels is on the Quakes Radio Network.
If you're wondering who picks the music coming in and out of breaks, that would be me, and I feel like that was an apropos choice. Hate to say I told you so to Grizzlies fans, but the Quakes came to play on this Sunday in the Central Valley, and they walk away with a doubleheader sweep. 7-2 the win in Game 1, 6-0 a shutout in a 7-inning contest in Game 2. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth as the postgame show continues at Chukchansi Park. Ryan Zimmerman with you on the Quakes Radio Network as we take a look around the Cal League scoreboard at the day's action that just concluded right here in front of me. One thing I did not think I would see this season at any level of baseball was a 6-game series sweep, but that's exactly what we got between the Lake Elsinore Storm and the Visalia Rawhide. Lake Elsinore grabs the win 5-2, and they go 6 for 6 in their interdivisional matchup. And with that, they improve to 12-9 on the year, same as the Quakes. Rancho Cucamonga needed to sweep the doubleheader in order to keep pace with the Storm, and they did just that. Elsewhere at Excite Ballpark, the Ontario Tower Buzzers left their mark on the South Bay. 18-9 the final. They double the Giants up, and that gives them a series split with 3 consecutive wins from Friday to today to do so. The last contest in Cal League play was over at San Manuel Stadium, where the Stockton Ports squeaked out a 3-1 win over the Inland Empire 66ers. That is who the Quakes play next to open a 12-game homestand at Morongo Field. Before we look at the organizational scoreboard, let's take a look at how those scores impact the Cal League standings. Coming into today, because the Quakes and Grizzlies were suspended yesterday, the Storm had a half-game lead over the Quakes for first place in the South Division. And on that technicality, that was the first time the Quakes had vacated first place, but they made up for that today. The doubleheader sweep, along with Lake Elsinore's series sweep, has them both at 12-9, deadlocked atop the division. Ontario isn't too far behind. The win puts them at 10-10, 1.5 games back of both teams in third place, while Inland Empire brings up the rear in fourth. The loss drops them to 8-12. Meanwhile, in the north, the San Jose Giants continue to lead it. They're 14-7, but on a 3-game losing streak. They got a lot of help from the Quakes today. The losses put Fresno down at 12-9, 2 games back of first, but still 2 games ahead of the Stockton Ports in third. They're at 10-11, while Visalia is seriously slumping through their first 21 games, 5-16 in fourth place, 9 games back of first. Now that we've wrapped up the Cal League side of things, let's take a look around the organizational scoreboard. And as we always do, we'll start our look with the High A Tri-City Dust Devils in the Northwest League, who are leaving Canada with a win. They put up 7 runs in the 7th inning to turn a 3-0 deficit into a 7-3 lead. They ultimately win that one 9-5. Elsewhere in Double-A Southern League action, the Biloxi Shuckers scored in 4 of their first 5 trips to the plate against the Rocket City Trash Pandas, including a 4-run 5th, and that was enough to see out the Sunday series finale on the Gulf Coast 8-7. The Trash Pandas dropped that Southern League contest. Elsewhere in the AAA Pacific Coast League, the Salt Lake Bees succumbed to a 10-4 defeat to the Las Vegas Aviators to close out that series. Meanwhile, at the top of the organizational food chain, the Angels and Royals are still playing. It's 7-5 in the top of the 9th at Kauffman Stadium. And regardless of how that one ends, the day is already historic. Mike Trout recorded an extra base hit today, and that gives him 797 for his career, becoming the all-time Angels leader in that category. And he just passed the late Garrett Anderson to do it. He finished his career as an Angel with 796. That's not something Trout will take lightly. Anderson himself is an Angels Hall of Famer, and Trout will certainly get there upon his retirement. And I know Garrett's smiling down on Mike in Kansas City from above. One last order of business today. That's to crown your Game 2 All-Star Kia All-Star of the Game. Before we signed off during Game 1's broadcast, we awarded that award to Derek Clark. I know that's a redundancy, but I've also been talking for 4 hours of baseball, so please bear with me. Clark in Game 1, he just dealt. No other way to describe it. 6 1/3 innings in a de facto start, but his first relief outing in place of Trey Gregory Alford, who only lasted 1 2/3 innings yesterday before the game suspension. Clark went 6 1/3 innings, allowing just 1 run, which was a Derek Bernard home run, one of just 4 hits he surrendered, no walks, 5 strikeouts, and he secures the first win of his professional career in the process. So congratulations, DC. In Game 2, there are a couple candidates we could turn to. Anielo Marquez, for one, he had the RBI double along with 2 runs scored. Slate Alford and Lucas Ramirez both drove in 2 runs. But I'm actually going to go with Yokelvin Reyes. That might be going off the board here, but Reyes had the tall task of setting the tone in Game 2. The Quakes only used 2 pitchers in Game 1, Clark for 6 1/3 innings and Fulton Lockhart for 1. And with a near full capacity bullpen, Reyes still had to go out and do his job to keep the Quakes on schedule in that regard, and he did. In his first single-A start, he goes 3 innings with just 1 hit and 1 walk against him, 3 strikeouts as well, facing 11 batters, not quite as an opener, but kinda. He helped get the Quakes off to that 3-0 start. He backed up the run in the first along with the 2 in the second before handing things over to Jacob Guardado and Brian Vergara the rest of the way. And for his efforts, he didn't know he was going to be the Game 2 starter when he got on the bus headed to the ballpark today, but when he got the news, it's next man up. He did his job. Yokelvin Reyes is the Game 2 All-Star Kia All-Star of the game. That'll do it from Chukchansi Park today and for the series. The Quakes will be back in Fresno again. They play their second 6-game road series against the Grizzlies from July 21st to July 26th. We hope you enjoyed today's broadcasts because we know you liked both outcomes. The players will have a day off tomorrow before heading back to Morongo Field on Tuesday. They'll open up a 12-game homestand with a 6-game series against the Inland Empire 66ers. That one begins at 6:30 p.m. And with that, the Morongo Casino pregame show opens up that 6-game set at 6:15 on Tuesday. So don't be late. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is Ryan Zimmerman signing off. This has been a production of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball on the Quakes Radio Network. Have a nice rest of your weekend, folks. We'll see you back in Rancho on Tuesday.
Thanks for listening to today's broadcast of Rancho Cucamonga Quakes Baseball. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. We once again thank the best fans in the California League and hope to see you very soon at Morongo Field. And go Quakes!